911 location of your emergency.
Breaking news out of North Idaho. Moscow police are investigating a homicide on King Road.
Is she breathing?
No.
So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogen, and Kaylee Goncalves, but no weapon has been located at this time.
Arrested. That's 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger in custody today.
Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false.
We do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area. There are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants.
Hey, you guys. Oh, my screen is in there. Here we go. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? I had wanted to go live earlier today, but we had, without any warning, the AT&T contractors coming in and putting lines out. And so they've been coming in and out of the yard, tripping the cameras because they're in the front, in the back, on the sides, tripping out the dogs because they're walking around. So it was just loud. And I also didn't know if they would mess up something because they're running lines like with the Spectrum lines. And I just didn't want to be live and then like it cut off because I just didn't know what they were doing, you know. But that means I'll be able to get AT&T internet again soon. We were fooled before and thought we were going to get it, but it cut off right before our neighborhood, literally right across the street. Literally right across the street. So hopefully, you know, soon it'll be good to go, and then we can switch over to AT&T. That'll be nice. That'll be super nice. Okay. We're going to read the entire thing. We are going to read the entire report from CyRay. Now, I know I mentioned yesterday that maybe we should wait to do this one until we got closer to doing the book. But this is information that we've really been wanting for like a long time. And I know that we went over it in the live, but we went over everything in the live. And just like we're doing with Dylan Mortenson's big ass long freaking interview live, I'm cutting things down into sections, but we're also going through the really important documents that we have the information like this for, and we're going to read them in their entirety. So tomorrow I have 3 things that we're going to do. And then the next expert report we're going to read is on Saturday night. We're going to read the vehicle ID report, all of the information for the vehicle stuff, where all the cameras are. We've already skimmed through it. We're going to read the full thing. And then on Sunday night, we're going to read all of Brent Turvey's because his is in here, like the January reports. So that's how I have it so far. But there's also other things sprinkled in there. We've got a lot to do. We've got a lot to do. And this is not going to put a dent in any of it. But you know what? You know what? We're just going to do what we can do. We're just going to do what we can do. Hey there, Lindy. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you for being a member for so long. I appreciate you. And all the information. She always sends me emails with all kind of good info in there. I appreciate you. Okay. Oh, I got information back today from Moscow regarding Othrum's trip down, Blaker's trip down to Othram. You guys know that we had ISP's information, and it was some invoices just for like the enterprise stuff and like parking at the airport. This only has like a 4-page little paper, and it's basically just like Blaker picking it up, signatures, chain of custody, and then the signature of who he gave it to at Othram, and then 2 photos. And it's like a manila envelope, but I'm really concerned. I will say that I'm concerned. I have us going live to go over that tomorrow at 3:15. So we'll go over it in full and alive, but I'll just say I'm concerned. And I'll say that I'm concerned because the manila envelope that the sample is in has a big sticker on the front, right? And it has like freeze, refrigerate, or like whatever as a third option. And freeze is marked off. And he carried it there from Idaho in a backpack. He never mentioned putting like gel coolers or it being in like a medical cooler or anything like that. He said he carried it in a backpack. It says freeze. And he carried it in a backpack. And there's nothing again in his reports that he used like dry ice. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. So I'm a bit concerned because I don't have a picture of the backpack. And I, again, don't have email correspondence, guys. I don't have calls, like call logs for when like the discussions were going on. Because again, this was Moscow and this was ISP. Somebody somewhere was having to get together and have the conversations that meant that one person from each department got to meet up at the airport at a certain time. Why am I not getting correspondence? There's no emails? What in the hell is going on? So we're going to go over that tomorrow. The repackaging of the sheath, they told me it's already out here in the public. I asked for that information and that was their response, which is the same response they gave me for Ethan's apartment information, is that it's already out here to the public. So I haven't had the chance to go in and look at the reports yet, but you know, we're doing Moscow Monday for a reason so that we can get everything in order and figure out if we've missed anything. And so far, this is two things that they're saying is already out there that nobody can remember seeing. And that's anything about Ethan's apartment, going there, taking photos, looking around. We haven't seen it. Nobody that I talked to that is very organized in all of this has said, hey, here it is. I don't know where it's at. I have no idea. And now the repackaging of the sheath. And I even said, I understand that he was not working for the Moscow Police Department at the time that this happened. So I don't know if there was a report written or not, because I didn't know if there was a report or not. He wasn't an MPD officer at the time this happened. This was a month, almost 2 months technically after he started his new position that they created just for him. You know? So apparently there's a report. I don't know. Maybe it's in the Latell County Prosecuting Attorney's reports, because that is a second supplement that they took the Moscow police reports, and then they like dwindled down all of those reports into a smaller packet and then sent that to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office, and they're labeled as such. And that was just unsealed with the court, I think, this time around, but we had also gotten it previously. It was one of those things that was like a duplicate situation. Now, I will also say, and if you saw my community post earlier, or if you're following Sarah, then you already saw this. There looks to be, I just opened it and I just closed it. What am I doing? There looks to be an update to the case summary page. So let me show you the case summary page. It shows some information over the past, let's see what stuff is missing here, from April 15th. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe more from even up here that maybe we haven't seen yet. I don't know for sure, but for sure 6 after the 15th that they've placed on here, and it was updated this morning at 9:42 a.m. their time. But as you can see, they're not like on here yet. This is one of the ones that we got yesterday. So maybe tomorrow, next day thing. I don't know. Sometimes it'll say stuff on the case summary and it'll be, you know, sometimes like a week, you know, before we even see anything. Hey, Sharon, thank you for the 2 morphine drops. Morphine last night. Well, you know what? It's quite okay. You're all right. You're totally fine. Yeah, they went over there and like we didn't even hear anything or even really know about anything when it came to the apartment, according to me and like my memory, until whose was it? Kyle Fry's interview where he mentions that he had just been there earlier that day, of the day of his interview. And I believe it was December 5th. Don't quote me on that date, but I think that's what it was. We went over it. All that's over there. And I asked, for the info, and that's what they told me. It was already public. So if the already public information is simply because a frat guy said it in an interview and it was written in a report, that's not that's not the information I'm asking for. But it's going to be really difficult to get any information from them because, again, Chief Dallinger has not responded. When did I send that email? On Monday? And I've sent like 2 or 3 before that. And he just doesn't respond. He just doesn't respond. And today I only even got the information that we paid for a few days ago in way of Blaker's Othram trip because I called. See, the way that it's been going is an invoice comes out, you pay it, and if it's the final invoice, then the next day the document's released. That's how it's been like since this started with this new program. But it's been like 2 days, 3 days, and I hadn't gotten the document. So I called. Amber's been out all week, and the other girl was out all the week before. So they're taking week-long vacations on top of having every single Friday off. That tells you how much extra money that they're making from all these FOIAs and everything that's going on to be able to do that. Like, that's crazy. That's super crazy. That's super crazy. Okay, so we are going to go ahead. Oh, what'd Connor say? Where'd he be? I requested any photos they took from his apartment. I asked, that was part of my thing. That was part of it. That was part of my request. And that was just like their blank response was, everything's already public. Well, but it's not. Because there has to be pictures, right? Like, I know damn well that the Idaho State Police had to have gone in there because they were the ones doing all of the crime scene stuff. And they didn't know what they might have walked into in there. They don't know what could have happened, what they could have found. And we know that that ISP officer that's doing the interview is very detailed in the way that he's describing the sterility, how sterile the apartment looks. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was part of my request. Maybe doing it separately will change something. I don't know. It's so annoying. Thank you for the $4.99, Miss Gambino. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring about all of this stuff that's going on. I appreciate that. I had a whole phone call with Amber the other day. There's over 30 plus audio video things for them to review in the queue. Holy shit. People are filing fools, bro. People are just getting information. We're tired of waiting. That's good. I'm glad that they're being so freaking bombarded, but we're still waiting for the 11:15 Jack 2 Core interview. I figured we would have had that like at least 2 weeks ago. But no. And that one was requested before the portal, so I can't even check it in the portal. Can't even check it in the portal. Which is wild. But we wait, and we're going to be filing even more things. So they better get faster. You know, they better get faster. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started reading this full thing in full. Okay. We're going to read the entire thing. We're going to look at the pictures. And the way that I want to do it is the way that I have this schedule, and I swear, fingers crossed, this better be able to be kept this way because I have it to where Cyray is supposed to be doing his interview with Custody Queens finally on the 16th, is what I'm understanding. So as long as that stays that way, then we should be finishing chapter 15 of Broken Plea on Tuesday, the 14th, and then on Wednesday, I'll do something probably before, well, I guess it depends on, because I want to do like the Way Back Wednesday thing, but that also might like not happen depending on the time, unless it's like a later on thing. Let me see what time that they have that going on, because I want to do like an instant reaction to that interview. And I think that it said something about like 1 p.m. Central Time. Let me look and see. Because if it's that early during the day, then we can still do an instant reaction to the interview and still go live at night to do the first episode of Way Back Wednesday. So let me see. Yeah, 7:16, 1 p.m. Pacific. So what time is that? 1 p.m. Pacific is what time? I'm not good with time zones. I don't give them two shits. So it'll be 3 p.m. my time. Okay. So what it'll be at the max, like 2 hours. We done like around 5. We do like an instant reaction. We break and then do Way Back Wednesday. Unless I do Way Back Wednesday earlier. I guess I'll have to see what my schedule is like. Regardless of the Way Back Wednesday thing, that's the plan for when they come out and do the interview. So that again, the way that I have this, hopefully it stays this way. The last chapter of Broken Plea should be the morning episode for Tuesday, the 14th. He is going to be doing the interview on, hold on a minute. Oh, maybe I need to push that back one day. Anyway, the way that I want to do it is we do the chapter of Broken Plea to finish it off the day before the interview. He does the interview. We do the instant reaction to the interview. And then the next day after the interview is when we start chapter 1 of the book. And I have it back there on the table. I have the dates off one day, which actually isn't too bad because I have a feeling that something will probably switch right here because we have Monday and Tuesday when the office is going to be back open and Amber will be back in. And for all I know, the Jack Jacor interview might be sitting there. Because that girl was like, I really don't know what I'm looking for. And I was like, well, can I give you like my request number so that you could at least like check the request number? And then she went in there and she found it. And it just seemed like it was going to be a waste of time to try to get any other information from her. That's the plan. That's the plan. All right, let's start reading. And again, this is the whole report that he filed in January 2025. And this right here is the same way that he has been portraying the case the entire time. When he got on the stand, when he spoke at the hearings, the reason why Hitler calls him a conspiracy theorist and all these crazy things like an asshole is because he is literally saying that everyone who touched this cell phone analysis made errors, made mistakes, didn't care, doubled down on them, and then used them in the probable cause order for search warrants and arrest. That's why my thumbnail says poison, because everything that he basically puts here, and he says that statement several times, that they could basically double down on all of these errors and put all of these false statements in the probable cause. This should have been literally fruit of the poisonous tree, and this is nothing, and we're getting rid of everything from this because what the hell is going on here? And this isn't not just the Moscow Police Department. Payne's name is mentioned in here too, but the majority of the mistakes are on the FBI specialist, Balance. And for some reason, they've been totally okay with his name being on every document. We have him listed as somebody who was going to be testifying, as somebody who's all in the documents, who literally did the cast reports. But when it comes to having Cyray's report out here, which was just redacted for release, they have his name redacted out of it. Like, we already know who it was. I don't know what you're doing, because wasn't the rule that the redactions were only going to be redactions if the name was not already known to the public, if it wasn't already out there? Everyone knows who Nicholas Balance is. So see how they're going extreme and stupid for no reason? Dumb. Okay. We're going to read everything except for his credentials. So let's get started. Cyray may testify for the defense as an expert regarding cell towers, drive test geolocation, mobile device forensic extractions, call detail records, and software that is used to interpret this data. Mr. Ray's opinion/testimony will be based on his experience, education, and trainings as detailed in his curriculum vitae, which is included with this response as Exhibit D11-C. This response serves to supplement the information in the report attached as Exhibit D11-B, photographs and/or video, drive test data and related reports or past testimony as previously discovered to the state on January 9th, 2025. Below is a summary of Mr. Ray's anticipated testimony, but does not repeat all specific findings that are detailed in his report. It is anticipated that Mr. Ray may testify in the following areas. Number 1, interpretation of drive test data and mapping supplied by the state. Number 2, analysis of call detail records. Number 3, geolocation data review and analysis. Number 4, opinions regarding the FBI draft, cast report, and final cast report. This disclosure is provided as a summary. Further detail about the scope and breadth of his testimony may be found in his report and his curriculum vitae. Mr. Ray may offer testimony to refute any expert opinion not yet disclosed by the state. And here we are getting into the actual full report. Thank you so much for the $4.99, Kim. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so here is the synopsis. Now, one of the things that we did learn, because I was not aware that this was how this went down. I thought that the defense brought him in somehow themselves. The way that he tells this is that someone that the defense already had working the cell analysis, which is this Mr. Slavinsky, which we also will go over Slavinsky's cell analysis report while we're doing the review of the book, or maybe like right before we do the review of the book, because he basically says all of the exact same stuff that Cy Ray did, and he's the original defense expert that was hired for this. And he also has like bigger pictures in his report than Cy Ray does when it comes to the like screenshots of the presentation of the cast draft report. So it'll be a lot of the same stuff, but maybe he also might also have seen something that Cy Ray didn't. I don't know. We'll see what it says when we get to that point. Hey there, Lorena. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. In October of 2023, I was retained by the attorneys for Bryan Kohberger as an expert in the field of cell towers, drive test, geolocation, mobile device forensic extraction, call detail records, and software that is used to interpret this data. I was contacted by Tom Slavinsky of Cellular Forensics in reference to a technical question he had involving call detail records. Mr. Slavinsky has completed the ZET-X Subject Matter Expert SME course and is a recognized SME in this field. It is common for me to receive calls from recognized SMEs pertaining to technical questions arising from the analysis of call detail records. Mr. Slavinsky did not provide any case information other than there was a non-dissemination order issued by the court on this particular case, and he could not discuss case details, meaning at the time that he was given, hey, I kind of need you to look at something. It doesn't look right to me. I need your opinion. He wasn't told that it was the Kohberger case. It was basically just generic data to him. His question pertained to drive test data collected by the FBI CAS team. Mr. Slavinsky voiced some concern as to the accuracy of the data and the ability to verify it. I explained to him I would need to review the raw data in order to provide an opinion to the accuracy of the data. Mr. Slavinsky stated he would speak with the defense attorney to see if it was possible for me to view the data. On October 27, 2023, I signed a confidentiality agreement to allow me to review the data in this case. It was at this time I discovered the case was regarding State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, case number CR29-22-2805. But here's my question when it comes to the non-dissemination order. He's written a book. There's case details in this book. He put off doing his interview until the book was officially released. But now we have this information out here. And again, what we've been talking about since skimming over this yesterday is that the book feel, according to the 40-page preview that we did here on this channel, and the way that a lot of people are talking, is that it's a complete 180 when it comes to the vibe and the intention of the information from what we are about to read and what we have heard this entire time. Now, again, we might be wrong. And when we get into the entire book, I guess maybe we'll know for sure. Is he going to give away more during his interview? I don't know. Maybe he will, and we'll know exactly where he stands when this interview is over. We're still going to read the book regardless because there's case information in it. But I also wonder if everything that he's about to put in here, everything that we are about to read that he's already put in here, most of you guys were here last night, you heard a lot of this already. So if he has now changed his opinion in this book, but everything that he wrote in this report and filed with the court still stands, either he is going to have to admit that he had information wrong in all of these reports, or for some reason he's changed his mind, but the information still hasn't changed. Or again, maybe we're just not understanding what his real stance is. I don't know. That's why I'm really wanting to hear from him. Britt Turvey, I just have a bad taste in my mouth about him. But Cy Ray, I really still don't. Like, I'm confused, but I'm also not ready to just like throw him in the trash. I'm just not. Like, Britt Turvey, he's just got this smug ilkness about him. Like, look at his social media. Okay, look at his Facebook. You'll get it. You'll get it, all right? Cy Ray, I don't get that. I feel like Cy Ray put a lot on the line to keep his stance the way that he kept it the entire time. But this is odd. Everything that's gone on over the past few months is very, very strange. Because, again, Ann Taylor didn't come out of the woodwork to complain about Cy Ray writing a book. Her and Eliza Massoth went and talked at this lawyers-only, law enforcement-only conference and had two different segments. Two segments with a freaking break in the middle. That told you how long they were talking about the Kohberger case. How nothing leaked from there, I don't know. I would love to get my hands on that conversation. But then we also had Cy Ray do a class where his whole like vibe, his whole like point was about the stuff that happened here. And now the book. But the book is just different. So if there's different stuff in the book than there is in this report, does that mean he perjured himself by lying in this report? Because if the information is the same, I don't know how his opinion can be changing. See how it's very confusing? That's why I wanted to go ahead and get through this entire thing, because everyone's just really confused right now about the Cy Ray thing. Very confused. So let's just see. Okay. Okay. Over the course of November 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. The evidence I reviewed was mainly in reference to call detail records, mobile device forensic extracts, mobile device geolocation data, police reports, drive test and FBI cast report, timelines, surveillance video, and financial records. One of the first areas I was asked to address was to review and assist in the interpretation of the drive test data. I focused on the available drive test data collected by the FBI. Initially, the only data I had access to from the FBI drive test was contained in the FBI cast draft report and what was briefly mentioned in Special Agent, we know this is Balance's, PowerPoint report. The draft report is dated July 10th, 2023. Special Agent Balance's report, PowerPoint, was the only summary of the drive test and is dated 2/15/23, so months and months before, and still just a draft. The report states drive test data was collected between November 16th, 2022 and January 6th, 2023. The report states the data was collected by both Agent Balance and Special Agent, I can't remember this other guy's name, but I'll go back in the documents and find it because we have these guys' names on a list already. Someone in the chat might already know. The areas focused on are vague, described only as Moscow, Pullman, and south of those towns. The report does not state the raw files were enclosed in Special Agent Balance's original report. The raw files are critical for any analysis. I learned the raw files had not been disclosed by the state and requested the files be obtained for further review. In reviewing Mr. Kohberger's AT&T call detail records and the FBI cast draft report, I immediately became concerned as to the accuracy of the drive test mapping, specifically the shaded areas presenting coverage found on slides 112, 116, and 120. In comparing commonly seen handoff data in Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records, the coverage areas depicted in the FBI CAST draft report are severely flawed. Further analysis would require access to the raw drive test data. In further review of the draft report, I also noted several other areas of concern. The mapping of tower connections provided in the draft report, I guess that was supposed to be provided in the draft report was missing significant data from the AT&T call detail records. On average, more than 90% of the available data was not mapped during the time periods represented in the report. That's crazy. This is not a best practice and creates a number of issues as to the accuracy of both the analysis and related report. Additionally, I noted several other errors as it relates to connection times. My main concern at this point of my analysis was the appearance that the missed/fault data was exculpatory in nature to Mr. Kohberger. Given the complexity of the subject matter, I explained that for me to provide an expert opinion on this matter, it would take a significant amount of time. I would need to have access to more data and would also need to conduct a drive test. I was asked to work as an expert on this case and conduct a full analysis of the available data. The following report details that analysis. Narrative. Due to the complexity of this analysis and the volume of data relied upon, this narrative will be organized in the following manner. Section 1, inventory of data relied upon for analysis. Section 2, methodology for review and analysis of data. Section 3, drive test data review. Section 4, CAST draft report review. Section 5, CAST final report review. Section 6, other geolocation data. Section 7, probable cause statements. Section 8, missing data. Section number 1, inventory of data relied upon for analysis. Given the volume of data reviewed, I created a master folder to preserve all of the raw data provided, my work, and files created or derived from my analysis. The digital format of this folder will be provided with this report. Bryan Kohberger's AT&T records for the 8458 number, AT&T case number 3586354. All the AT&T raw files related to AT&T case number 3586354 have been preserved in the Ray_discovery folder, raw records AT&T Kohberger. The raw records contained within that folder that were used in my analysis are report AU 3586354, standard AT&T call detail records covering a time period of June 23rd, 2022 through December 23rd, 2022. In all, there are over 113,000 cell tower connections reported in this data set. I have mapped, analyzed, and preserved all connections associated with this data set. That's a lot. Report lock, same case number, standard AT&T. Historical precision location information report covering a time period of June 23rd, 2022 through December 23rd, 2022. So what's the difference with these? Call detail records and then precision location information for the same time frame. Okay. In all, there are over 183,000 data points associated with this data set. I have mapped, analyzed, and preserved all data points associated with this data set. Other AT&T reports were obtained for this account, but not significant to this analysis. It is important to detail the AT&T record process when responding to court-ordered records requests. AT&T uses internal case numbers to track such requests. In this case, AT&T's internal case number associated with Bryan Kohberger's records is 3586354. I have reviewed approximately 300,000 geolocation connection data points associated with these records at the time of writing this report. 300,000 geolocation points. That's wild. All AT&T mappable data was converted to a Google Earth time-synced KML or keyhole markup language file using the LexisNexis Tracks program. This device was assigned to the color red for mapping purposes. The sector representations utilized for this analysis are wedge shapes to stay consistent with the FBI cast analysis. The Google Earth KML file can be loaded and reviewed on any computer running the Google Earth program. Computer performance will impact load times and caching times. Yeah, I know that there were a lot of things when it comes to like the 1112 King Road camera and a couple other things where they were like, oh, we have to have this very specific type of machine to even be able to run it. No, if you just have a Google Earth program on any computer, you can run whatever Cy-Ray is doing. So that's just crazy how ridiculous, honestly. So then this says that the KML file was preserved here with mapped records, and I guess they hid the rest of the number. So then they have Maddie Mogen's AT&T records for a case number 3565282. And it shows that they have this one covering from August 1st, 2022 through November 14th, 2022. It doesn't show how many points there is. Why didn't he put how many geolocation points there was? So then he also has the historical precision location information from August 1st, 22 through December 14th. There was additional information, but they didn't use it. Maddie Mogen again, because remember there was more than one search warrant. So there's more than one AT&T case number because there was more than one search warrant. The second one was from June 23rd, 2022 through August 2nd, 2022. And they did the call detail report and the historical precision location information. But again, it doesn't say the number of data points. That's interesting. And see, right here is where it mentions the search warrants. There are 2 search warrants that were served on AT&T for Maddie Mogen's and Xana Kernodle's AT&T records. The first warrant was served on November 17th, 2022, and covered a time period of August 1st, 2022 through November 17th of 2022. These records were assigned the AT&T case number 3565282. The second warrant was served on AT&T on April 2nd, 2023, like a month before the grand jury, and covered a time period of June 23rd, 2022 through August 2nd, 2022. These records were assigned the AT&T case number 3655792. Given the separate search warrants and time frame, AT&T issued 2 separate case numbers. When combined, there are records available for this account from June 23rd, 2022 through November 14th, 2022. The second search warrant affidavit explains the additional records were requested to see if Kohberger had any interactions with the deceased leading up to November 13th. This affidavit was authored by Detective Lawrence Mowry, Special Agents. I don't remember if he was getting stuff back and forth between him and Douglas. Because I feel like I know that Douglas is the Amazon guy, but he also was like on there. He was also on there for another one of these, and I can't remember exactly which one, but it could be Balance, but I'll just leave it blank for now. Special Agent Blank completed a report explaining he received these AT&T records back from AT&T on April 3rd, 2023. So now they have Xana's, and it also runs from August 1st through November 14th. There was a second one for Xana from June 23rd, 2022 through August 2nd, 2022. Then we have Jack Showalter's, and it has information from August 1st, 2022 through November 14th, 2022. Again, Kohberger's is the only one that they have data points like listed for, like the amount of data points. And then they have Kaylee's right here from August 1st, 22 to 11/16/22. Now, right here it shows there are over 3,470 cell tower connections reported in this data set. I have mapped and analyzed them. So the other ones don't, but just Kaylee's and Kohberger's does. Okay. Data session for the time period of 8/1/22 through 11/16/22, there is a total of 6,270 connections. Timing advance reports covered a period from August 1st, 2022 through November 16th, 2022, which is the day of the first presser, by the way. It is important to detail the T-Mobile record process when responding to court-ordered records request. T-Mobile uses internal case numbers to track such requests. In this case, T-Mobile's internal case number associated with Kaylee is the 4116581 number. Okay, they were synced in. Okay, so here's another one for Kaylee. And this goes to 6/23/22 to 8/1/22. Now here's Ethan's. Okay, so this is a Verizon with an unknown case. So it looks like for some reason he wasn't able to find Ethan's records. I was unable to find a complete set of records for Ethan Chapin in the discovery provided to date. I was able to find some different reports that indicate the CDRs for the device were obtained, and at least in part, some analysis was done in regards to common calls. I was also able to find some of the RTT/timing data for this device as well. As a result, this device was not mapped in my analysis. So they don't have any of Ethan Chapin's information included in this report. So they can't get into Kaylee's phone itself, like physically. And there are no call records at all for Ethan that they were able to actually look at. How are they allowed to just not hand over Ethan's reports? Like, he's one of the two people that still we have no freaking idea when they got back to that damn house. Like, that's a search warrant. So you're trying to tell me that Verizon didn't return a search warrant with information for Ethan's phone information? No. No, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Bruh. That's crazy. Maybe that's what that Verizon warrant is. Hold on. Let's take a sidestep for a second. Let me see if I can find it on here. I might not even be able to find it. But there was a Verizon warrant served, and then like it came back and then there was like nothing on it, but it was like at the beginning. Let me just see if I can maybe see anything. No, this isn't the one that I was looking for. These are the ones from March. I'm going to have to go back and check because I know that I saw one that was filed early on and I could have sworn that it was for Kohberger. And the reason why it had gotten like basically just tossed is because it was his old phone that wasn't active. Like the one that was on his WSU directory, the, what is it, 5889 or some shit. I'm going to go back and look for it. Okay, so then we have Dylan Mortenson's T-Mobile records, and they have 8/1/22 to 11/16. They should all be that way. The subscriber information sub_Tibco file was also included, which lists Dylan Mortenson associated with the device. It is important to detail the T-Mobile record process when responding because they use internal numbers. We know that. Here's the second warrant information. And again, it goes this says 60, but we know that doesn't exist. 6/23/22 to April 1st, 2022. Bethany Funk is, oh, wow. So they don't have Bethany's cell phone information either. They don't have a complete set of call detail records for Bethany Funk's Verizon phone. So both Verizon phones, similar to Chapin's records, I was unable to find a complete set of CDRs for this device. I was able to confirm the existence of RTT/timing reports. But then look, Verizon is also who Molly, the DoorDash driver, had. And there's no case number for her either. Oh my God, what the frick? Okay, let me read before I get out of hand. Holy shit. The original files from Verizon were not provided as discovery in this case. This may be in part due to the cellular data being captured by a third-party software such as PinLink. What the frick is that? There are 3 CSV files that were provided that captured network activity on this device. The naming schema observed on these files appear to be typical naming schema used by the FBI, indicating these files were most likely created and preserved by the FBI. The location data associated with these files was not analyzed beyond identifying the type of data that was requested from Verizon and provided. More specifically, I was able to confirm that timing-related data was requested in the search warrant, was subsequently provided by Verizon as a result of the court order. So then why do you not have it? So he doesn't have Ethan Chapin's phone records. And all the stuff about Ethan and Xana's have their stories have changed because now with the newer information, it seems like they were apart for some time. We just don't know how long or where everybody was or even when they got home. He doesn't have Bethany Funk's phone records, and he doesn't have information from Molly because the feds are the ones who got Molly's information and it wasn't handed over to him. He was able to confirm what was requested, and he can tell by what it looks like that it was created and preserved by the feds, but it was never given to the defense. This is crazy as shit. Now here we have Jack Ducour, and look, they don't have Jack's shit either. Oh my God. They don't have Jack's shit either. They don't have Jack's shit either. What the hell is happening? Oh my God. I'm tripping, bro. What the frick? Okay, let me go back and see what it says for Xana's. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary for Xana's. It looks freaking normal. And look, they have Showalters. Xana's looks fine. They have Xana's. No problemo. They have Kaylee's. They were able to get raw files from Kaylee from T-Mobile. But Verizon didn't give them shit. Nothing for Ethan. Nothing for Bethany. Nothing for Molly McMichael because the feds were able to get it. And mind you, he's not saying that the information missing for Bethany, Ethan, and Jack Ducour match what he's seeing for Molly. The feds only have shown that they have Molly's information. So Jack Ducour, Ethan Chapin, Bethany Funk, and Molly McMichael's call detail records were not handed over to the defense, and that information is not being included in Cyway's report. What the hell? What the hell, bro? This is wild. This is absolutely insane. Similar to Chapin and Funk's Verizon CDRs, I was unable to find original Verizon CDRs for this device. I was able to locate RTT timing reports. This device location data was not included in my analysis. But they did such a great job, huh? Okay. Wow. Section 2, methodology for review and analysis of data. In the United States, cell phone providers collect and maintain a certain records that can be used to help determine a mobile device's general location at a specific time. This type of data is referred to as geolocation data. This specificity as to the precision location of a device can greatly vary when working with geolocation data. It is critical in any geolocation analysis to consider known accuracy and error rates within the type of data being analyzed, as well as the methodology used to conduct the analysis. For this analysis, I received 3 different types of geolocation data from AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. But it doesn't look like you got shit from Verizon. What do you mean? We just read what you said. What you mean? Cell site / cell sector data. This geolocation data provides a log of connection sessions in which a connection time, the type of connection made, be it voice, SMS, or data, duration of the connection, and the location of the cell site and antenna array sector used by the cell site to make the connection. Some types of cell / site sector data include what is known as handoff data. Handoff data is when more than one cell site / cell sector is used by the device during a single session. For example, a mobile device establishes a 5-minute session with the AT&T network while driving on a freeway. During the session, the AT&T network maintains a constant connection from the network to the device by handing off the connection from one cell site / cell sector to another while driving on the freeway. When records are received with handoff data, it is a well-established best practice to analyze the handoff data, as it will help provide specific details in reference to movement of the device, direction of movement, stagnation, and enhanced location estimations. Oh, we've got some gifted memberships. Thank you so much. For the gifted memberships, Wasp is gifted 5, and Wisteria also gifted 5, so that's 10 new members. Thank you so much. And Freedom Fighter, thank you so much for the 279. And Kim Stewart's been a member for 5 months. You've been in here for longer than that, though. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the winners of those gifted memberships. Thank you. I guess I should take a break and give a drink of coffee. Yeah. Well, you can turn that off too, though. You know that. Mine's all off. But before I knew about being able to turn it off, yeah, you could go in there and see like everywhere for like a whole like 30-day period. And you can even like change the amount of period, like the period that where you can see the information. But they had it. It was just the point that for some reason they're serving them with the search warrants and not getting the information. That's absolutely crazy. Because again, he's not saying that the FBI has the same, like has the Verizon records for those other 3 the way that he's saying with Molly. So what the hell's going on with the rest of it? That's crazy. Super crazy. Timing data. This geolocation data provides similar data as the cell site / cell location data with the addition of a distant measurement. This distance measurement is an estimated distance from the cell site to the mobile device during the connection. When carefully analyzed, this type of data can be some of the most precise data received from providers in regards to the device location. When multiple cell sites are connected to by the device in a short period of time, the timing measurements provide a form of trilateration, providing very precise device location information. AT&T Historical Precision Location Information Data Report Lock. This geolocation data is proprietary to AT&T, only being available from AT&T. This data is an estimated location of the device presented in latitude and longitude format with a range. The range is intended to give an accuracy reading to the data, implying the device should be with X meters of the latitude and longitude point within X meters. These ranges will vary between 25 meters and over 30,000 meters. That is a ginormous gap. No wonder the data could be extremely inaccurate. From 25 to 30,000? It's 2026. Can they fix that? Because that's crazy. There are several documented cases where this data is extremely inaccurate and will produce false data. As an example, there was an instance in this case where a device is reported to be in Seattle and New Orleans at the same time based on precision location information data. Whose phone is that? So there's a phone in the case. It could be any one of these people's names up here. We don't know whose it is. But there's a phone in this case that is showing to be in Seattle and New Orleans at the same time. That's crazy. The accuracy of this data can be significantly impacted by device activity. For example, when an application is running on the device that requires GPS, the accuracy of the data in this report dramatically increases. In cases where the device is running an open version of a map application capturing GPS, it is common to see 25-meter locations that will perfectly align with the travel of the device to such an extent it is mathematically impossible for the locations to be random or inaccurate. Well, saying Seattle and New Orleans at the same time, it sure is hella inaccurate. That's crazy. In cases where all three types of data described above is available for analysis, all three types of data should be used for analysis. The different data sets can often corroborate each other and provide an enhanced understanding of device behaviors and movements. Based on my review of the state's discovery, it does not appear anyone has done a complete analysis with all of the data available. Of course not. In this analysis, I converted all the geolocation data described above into mappable files. The mappable files are created in keyhole markup language, allowing the work product to be reviewed by anyone with a computer and free version of Google Earth. I wish that we could have that file actually. The connections were synced to data and time, allowing for the animation of device patterns over time. Each device was assigned to a specific color to allow anyone to identify and follow a specific device. Once mapped, I viewed each data set independently, as well as with other devices, to establish patterns of life and possible device interactions. In going through this process, all of my work is documented and preserved for peer review and critique as needed. So he went in with all the data sets that he did have to see if there were ever any connections with them ever being in the same area as Kohberger and anything else even close to it. He's trying to see if there's any overlaps basically. But again, we have to remember with this that there's phones missing. There's phone data missing for this. God, that's really aggravating. That is so aggravating. Documenting the methodology used, findings, conclusions, follow-up request, and finalized work product is the only way to present a work product that can be properly presented for peer review and or critique. As a point of concern, I am completing this report without the benefit of receiving completed work from the state's experts as it relates to methodology and opinion. Reports associated with the call detail record analysis are overly vague, incomplete, and generally contain no substantive value. Raw mapping files utilized by the state have not been disclosed if they were ever created. So even more things that the state has failed to hand over that are protocol to supposed to be existing. Extremely poor record management further complicates the issue as records have not been organized into any meaningful structure. We know. We know. In working on criminal investigations for over 25 years, the evidentiary process used in this case is one of the most chaotic I have worked with. As such, it is possible some of the missing information / data I refer to in this report exists, but I have been unable to find it. In my analysis, I focus on the following: connections between Mr. Kohberger and any of the deceased and or associates of the deceased with the common call report. I was able to locate sporadic files and reports that indicated a common call report was completed. However, the documentation is extremely poor as to what files were used, the method that was used, and the resulting work product. A common call report is an analysis that is done to see if there are any commonalities between phone numbers interacted with by Mr. Kohberger to any numbers interacted with by any of the decedents. So not just if they had contact with each other, but also if anyone in their call logs also match maybe somebody in Bryan's call logs, and with all of those different call logs, nothing matched up. The only common number was a U-Haul dealership, which is of no real concern because everyone's moving around all over the place. So yeah, I guess you would probably only call the similar local places, right? I reviewed all of the common CDRs associated with each of the deceased and Mr. Kohberger from a time period of June 23rd, 2022 through November 13th, 2022. In doing so, I am unable to find any common numbers that would connect Mr. Kohberger to any of the decedents in any way. Geolocation data is a standard analysis that indicates when devices may have interacted directly by being in the same place at the same time between parties of interest. In this case, a geolocation report would have shown if Mr. Kohberger and any of the decedents and or their associates are in the same place at the same time. Geolocation report. With the exception of slides 26 through 30 in the FBI CAST final report, I am unable to find any documentation created or mapping files used of the attempts to conduct such a geolocation analysis. It is outside of best practices in this field that an analysis would not have been done and thoroughly documented in a case of this nature. My opinion is based on the following. Slides 26 through 30 are severely flawed and misrepresent the data. This gets discussed further in section 5. Statements presented in probable cause statements without additional geolocation data, and for this very reason, misrepresent what is reported as facts of the case, meaning when probable cause orders for search warrants or arrests were written, they were written with false information. We knew that. The inculpatory and or exculpatory nature of any findings connecting Mr. Kohberger to any of the decedents is a cornerstone of this investigation. There is no evidence mapping files that have been turned over by the state to support any meaningful analysis on this point. While I have identified locations Mr. Kohberger and the deceased frequented in common stores located in a small community, I am unable to pinpoint any time periods that may indicate any persons of interest could have come into direct contact in these common locations. Now, the only thing that we heard was even a little close was apparently Kohberger and Bethany, I believe it was at, I believe, a Target on the exact same day, but hours apart from each other. No interaction, nothing connected whatsoever. And we know that it's very common for everyone to go back and forth in that area and do shopping and stuff like that. 10 gifted memberships from Ice Queen. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Congratulations to those who are now members. Don't forget that there is a way to turn on if you can actually accept gifted memberships. If you are a legacy account, meaning if your account is older than either 2012 or 2014, for some reason, loyalty gets you punished. And so you're not able to actually accept gifted memberships. But if you do have the option, I don't exactly know how to turn it on, but somebody in the chat might be able to help you with that. Okay, let's see. Okay. I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I am unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent with Mr. Kohberger frequenting locations also frequented by the deceased. It is my opinion that the geolocation data I have been provided as of the writing this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohberger and any of the decedents and or Mr. Kohberger's or decedents' residence. Accuracy of geolocation mapping, specifically drive test data. As discussed in my synopsis, I was asked to review the accuracy of the FBI drive test early on in this investigation. Again, poor documentation conceals any real methodology that was utilized by the FBI in collecting drive test data or effectively mapping that data. As such, I conclude inaccuracies are clearly present in the FBI CAST final report. In an abundance of caution, I also performed an extensive drive test in the areas of Pullman and Moscow. This will be further documented in section 2 below. Accuracy and completeness of mapping presented in the FBI CAST final report. It is my opinion that the state's experts have intentionally misrepresented the data on the FBI CAST report. It cannot be simply explained away as simple error or oversight. Further detail is provided in section 4 and 5. Legal process utilized to obtain records in addition to the early conclusions reached from those records. In conducting my analysis in this investigation, I also focused on the timeline of which information was obtained by law enforcement, the resulting legal process subsequently used to secure evidence, and the initial review and conclusions reached. As such, I noted the following. Early conclusions reached about Mr. Kohberger's geolocation history is severely flawed and not supported by the data. And what does that statement mean to somebody who's been paying attention? That everything said early on about the location of Kohberger's cell phone is wrong, which is what we've already known. But what does this statement mean for the case? Again, it means that everything that was written in search warrants and in arrest warrants was false information. So how come this very specific stuff right here, just what's being found out right here, how come this wasn't used way earlier? Because, I mean, this was filed in 2025, but he's had access to all of this since late 2023. So why wasn't this placed in earlier as a fight for, like, the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine? Because everything in here is wrong. Like, his report literally being like a Karen about everything is literally how I have been feeling for every damn report that we've gotten here, because there's massive amounts of mistakes all over the place. And again, he's not just pointing out like one thing, two things, three things. This is like every single thing. Every single thing. We saw it skimming through yesterday. I didn't see a single timestamp that he didn't say that the FBI got wrong. It's not even an exaggeration. Any meaningful, unbiased review of the data would have clearly revealed the errors. Mixed methodologies are present, indicating the investigators attempted to extrapolate certain details from the data while ignoring other details, creating highly flawed conclusions that were then used in probable cause statements to secure other evidence. That is the fruit of the poisonous tree. That is like literally this entire report is what the focus is. Pretty much the entire report is just how everything in here is shit. That's pretty much it. Where did I put my lip gloss? I found it. I need to get a chapstick. I don't really like the feel of this stuff. I need to get a different one. I just can't believe that they don't have some of the damn call data. Like the sketchiness in the way that the Chapins behave when it comes to Ethan, and part of the missing details in this being Ethan's call records, is wild. Like absolutely wild. And again, he's going to like repeat this a lot. He is going to repeat this sentiment a lot about how this was used for probable cause orders and how wrong it is. Just so crazy. My God, it's just so crazy. The magnitude of error is beyond oversight or incompetence. It appears there is an intentional effort to manipulate data for the benefit of bolstering probable cause statements against Kohberger. Is that not an even stronger statement? Like, how the hell are we where we are? How can the Goncalveses like know that this report is out here saying this stuff and know that it is the literal opposite of all the lies that they've been out here trying to pretend when it comes to him being in the area 1,000 million times and knowing where he parked and what windows he was looking at and touching the Wi-Fi and all their freaking little lies? How can they not like pay attention to this? This will be discussed further in section 7. As I detailed my findings for each of these items throughout this report, I will include the manner of which I reached my conclusions and the supporting data to support my findings. Additionally, all raw data relied upon will be included in the digital folder to accompany this report. I wish we had that. Maybe one day we'll get it. Section 3, Drive Test Data Review. The term drive test refers to the physical act of taking cellular network survey equipment into the field to analyze cellular signals at any given location. By repeating this process over and over throughout an area, it is possible to determine cellular coverage areas with a high degree of certainty. The practice is well accepted both in the engineering and network planning fields, as well as criminal justice applications involving geological analysis. Over the course of my career, I have performed hundreds, if not over 1,000, of these drive tests. I have always utilized the Road and Schwarz TSMX network survey tools to perform these tests. These network tools are utilized daily by network engineers around the world. By way of background and training, I have received significant training from Road and Schwarz on the TSMX products. I maintained a business relationship with Road and Schwarz for over 8 years. During his relationship, I can all of a sudden not read. All of a sudden I'm skipping everything. Okay. During this relationship, my company was the sole provider of Road and Schwarz TSMX tools to state and local law enforcement throughout the United States. This required me to provide training and field assistance to law enforcement on the product line. In addition to this, I worked directly with Road and Schwarz engineers on developing new features and software enhancements on the product line. The relationship has allowed me to review and analyze thousands of drive tests in the course of my daily work. FBI CAST utilizes a drive test product from Gladiator Forensics. It is important to note that while the product is purchased through Gladiator, the internal survey equipment powering the tool is manufactured by Road and Schwarz as well. Gladiator does utilize other software platform to analyze the raw data collected by the survey equipment. Thus, there are two components to drive testing: the physical survey equipment manufactured by Road and Schwarz, and the software utilized to analyze the raw data collected. In my analysis, I utilized the Road and Schwarz Nestor software. FBI CAST utilized the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver, or GAR software. Gladiator is a third-party company that makes software to assist law enforcement in analyzing geolocation data. They also provide software that analyzes drive test data. Their GAR product is their drive test equipment and software offering. While white-labeled as a Gladiator product, the physical hardware used by the GAR offering is the Road and Schwarz drive test scanner. Well, that's crazy. However, the software utilized by this product is proprietary to Gladiator. The software component takes the raw data collected by the Road and Schwarz scanner and produces an estimated coverage area in the form of a visual representation that can be overlaid on a map. Again, see slide 8 of the FBI CAST final report for an example. The purple overlay is the result of the GAR software taking the raw drive test data and creating an estimated coverage area. The blue dialog box represents when mapping the results of drive test data for one specific tower. The total coverage area for the tower/sector is represented by the color area on the map. This clearly is not the case and can easily be proven. The word estimate does not appear anywhere in the FBI CAST final report. It should be required. If one was to take the raw drive test data and manually plot the results on a map, Most of the area represented by the coverage area has not actually been scanned. The GAR product takes snippets of drive test data and then uses an unknown, unpublished algorithm to estimate a shape allegedly representing a coverage area. Okay. Here are some examples that exposes this issue. Can I not like turn this on? Oh, this damn thing is dark. Okay. Slide number 1. And let's look and see what times are on here. This is for Xana. And it looks like this is the tower up here. And it has 419, 423, and I think 428. I've been talking like a whole shit ton over these past couple of days. It's not helping my throat not be coffee. And we know that they were trying to call her. So this is an example of what he's talking about. Well, let's see what he's saying is wrong here. Slide 27 from the FBI CAS final report. Focusing on the lower portion of the coverage area depicted on the slide, there is no drive test data in the FBI drive test files to support this area. Most of the area represented cannot be accessed by a vehicle. In mapping the raw data over the top of this shape, I found one small section of road that was driven, but the rest was void of any data collection by the scanner. So it's like faked. Is he saying that this purple spot is being faked because they didn't actually drive around in all these areas? Is that what he's saying? For this part back here? That it's a fake map? Yeah, drinking coffee for the coffee. I'm about to like maybe go make some lavender tea though. Maybe. Like I might get down to like page 20 something, like where we're in the middle, and take like a 5-minute break and go make some tea. I think that's probably what I'll do. Because I know we're going to be here for like a minute because this is 60. Well, we're not reading the whole 60 pages. So maybe I'll take a break here in just a few minutes on the next section and make some lavender tea. I think that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like this portion down here is a fake portion. That only one road was drivable. So there's like no way that it would be like this because the car for the actual drive test, like you couldn't actually get in there is what he's saying. It is unknown the algorithm used by the GAR software to create such a shape. Additionally, in mapping the raw data, it was discovered more coverage areas exist to the east and west of Highway 95 than what is represented on this map. Example number 2. And let's go ahead and just open this up and look and see what it is before we read, like we did the other one. So this is from 2:12 a.m. to 2:48 a.m. So these are tower areas, I'm assuming, with the way that they have. Goes that way, goes that way. So this is saying that node 424005 right here. Whose phone is this? Is this for his phone? I don't think it shows that. It doesn't say whose phone this is. Oh, wait. Does it say it at the bottom? It looks like this word right here is Kohberger. But I think it's... What? I don't see... Oh, BK. Oh, they're saying that's where his apartment is. Okay. Now I see it. Okay. Slide 13 from the FBI CAS final report shows 2 coverage areas depicted. One for cell site / sector 424005-8 on the left, and one for cell site sector 424-19915 on the right. 005-8 provides coverage to Mr. Kohberger's residence, represented on this slide with the yellow label titled BK, which is all the way up here, but the perimeter doesn't go up there. There are numerous examples in the AT&T records where Mr. Kohberger is known to be at his residence while his AT&T device is using this cell site. By simply mapping Mr. Kohberger's records, it is easy to show this coverage area is extremely undersized, as some of the handoffs seen in the records are impossible based on this overlay. Yes, that's what I just said. Like, it doesn't even touch his residence. And he just said this coverage area should include the area around Mr. Kohberger's residence. So the green should be reaching all the way over here, and it's not. So they have people making fake pieces of map, and then on the other side, they're not actually putting everything, like all the coverage where it actually is supposed to be. That's actually insane. Give me 1 second, guys. Okie doke. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So up here, they are expanding the map area in places where there shouldn't be any coverage. And down here, he's saying there should be coverage that follows all the way up to where Bryan's apartment is, and it cuts off short, and it doesn't show there is coverage when there actually is. 199-15 is flawed, as this is the area where the FBI scanner malfunctioned and did not collect LTE signals. Despite missing data, a coverage area was still plotted. This is an example showing the lack of confirming the results of the drive test before mapping them. If the missing data is added, this coverage area almost doubles in size. That's crazy. Okay. Example 3. This illustration is from slide 18 of the FBI CAS final report. It allegedly represents cell site / sector 424006-23. This is the primary cell site sector providing coverage to Mr. Kohberger's residence. On the left side of the map, there is an area represented that is circled in red. The overwhelming majority of this area is inaccessible by vehicle. The FBI will not be able to provide any data from the raw drive test file to support the mapping of this area. This is a more extreme example of an issue that is seen in nearly all of the coverage areas depicted in the FBI CAS final report. So again, they went in on this area right here around this Emerald Point Park area, it looks like. And he's saying that they are trying to say that there's coverage areas in here, but he says that the cars can't drive into these spots, so it's impossible for them to have been able to have mapped it. Now let's see right here. This looks to be activity from Kohberger's phone. 6:13 a.m. outgoing voice. 6:15 outgoing. 6:17 outgoing. 8:01 incoming, and 8:08 or 8:03 outgoing. We know he was talking to his parents back and forth that morning too. I can't believe like how many things that they just like faked in these maps. Like no give a shit. They're just going to fake it all. The coverage areas represented in the FBI CAS final report and or draft report are not accurate and should not be relied on. More importantly, the attempt to use them in this manner with the added claim of the report being peer-reviewed is not within the norms of practice or training in the industry. How many things were apparently peer-reviewed in all of the other reports that we've read, and there's a million mistakes? A basic review of the raw data would have revealed the issues present and discussed in the above examples. Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records alone show the accuracy errors as handoffs seen in the records would be impossible based on the FBI coverage maps. The fact these issues were not recognized and made it into the final draft reveals a quality assurance piece is missing in the review process of this report. I wonder how many cases that Nicholas Balance worked would have to be redone and thrown out for just this reason alone. Like, think about the Colorado DNA chick. Look how many cases are having to be redone now. A similar situation took place in around like the Fort Worth area, and a whole bunch of cases had to be redone. If Nicholas Balance incorrectly created and literally faked, made it all up, these certain coverage areas on here, like, would that mean that Lori Vallow's case would have to be relooked at because he worked on that one? Like, obviously, him sitting here and faking these areas of coverage and not putting areas of coverage where it's supposed to be, that makes every little bit of information that comes from this incorrect mapping also incorrect. And they're doing it, and he's saying that they're doing it on purpose, and they're doubling down on it and not correcting it because they just basically just don't give a shit. Or it's completely intentional, which obviously it's intentional, because how could it be this ridiculous? And it's so funny because these guilters would be like, oh my God, they just think it's everyone. They think it's Moscow. They think it's the FBI. They think it's ISP. Prove to us that it's not. Every single department that touched this case has screwed up royally with receipts. Now we're finally getting to some more of the FBI mistakes. Like, this is crazy. It is both important and necessary to understand the raw drive test data consists of nothing more than latitude and longitude points with network survey readings. Any process that takes the raw data and converts it into a shape file beyond those latitude and longitude points should be subject to scientific review. In this case, the FBI CAS process is to use the Gladiator GAR program to make this conversion. I am unaware of and unable to find any scientific documentation by Gladiator on how this is done. I spoke with Gladiator Forensic Rick Zimlock. He wasn't sure if there was any published data that could be reviewed to test and analyze the results provided by the FBI CAS team in this case. I followed up with a detailed email to Mr. Zimlock requesting any documentation they may be in possession of or aware of that would allow for independent testing and evaluation of the GAR mapping process. Mr. Zimlock did email me back explaining the only document he could point me towards is the Gladiator patent number 88-92120, filed December 13th, 2011, date of patent November 18th, 2014, patent application number 201-301-50074, assignee Gladiator Innovations, LLC, out of Melbourne, Florida. Application number 13-324967. While I can appreciate Gladiator's desire to protect their intellectual properties with a patent, it does not satisfy the requirement of providing some type of scientific documentation on the actual process used by the GAR platform. In fact, the patent data is overwhelmingly vague on any real process used by the Gladiator tool. Additionally, the type of network connections associated with this investigation were not even in service in 2011 when the patent was filed. Okay. Given this, it is safe to say there is no information available, nor is Gladiator Forensics willing to provide information that would allow for a proper independent review. Any peer review of this data without such information is flawed. Okay. The specific drive test files discussed here are GAR data logs, raw drive test data. Received data indicates 2 different drive test scanners that were used for GAR 501 and GAR 510. Records indicate the data provided is from scans completed on 11/16, 12/29, and 1/3/23. They also did 1/4/23 and 1/5/23. In the course of my analysis, I noted the following issues. Missing data. Data is collected by physically driving the survey equipment around in a vehicle. That's why he said it's literally impossible for this map to be like this because you cannot drive in those areas. There's no way they were able to actually accumulate those data points. And if the freaking device has to literally be driven around the area, then that's proof in itself that there's some lies there. I can't believe they were just able to lie and submit it and like no qualms, no gives a shits. Like that's actually crazy. As with any survey technique, it takes time to receive, analyze, and store the data being collected. This collection process and the time it takes to properly perform it requires the user/operator to be mindful of the speed they are traveling and to monitor the equipment performance at the same time. I bet you it's sort of like with, the Google car. The Google car that drives around with the little thingy on top of it. I bet you it's sort of like that. Like you have to be at a certain speed kind of thing. If driving too fast, the survey equipment can fall behind and not properly collect the data required. In reviewing the raw data provided by the FBI, it appears this error occurred on at least one occasion. As a result, there are several miles of data collection that went missed. Of course it did. Coverage maps were created in both of the CAST draft report and final report that included the area where the missing data mentioned above is relevant. Given the coverage map was created, it is assumed Special Agent Balance and or Special Agent, whatever the other guy's name is, were unaware of the missing data. Why are we playing? This is assumed it is logical to expect them to rescan the area in the event they were aware of the missing data. Given I can find no evidence of the area being rescanned, I must assume they are unaware of their error. Why are you being nice? You just showed us where they sat there and created fake maps with data that was impossible for them to have. So to sit there and be like, oh, well, maybe they didn't know. When you're not showing us that there's just simply data missing. There's data being put in places where there shouldn't be. Why would you even put that in there? Why would you even put that in there? Ugh. That don't make no sense what you just said, but whatever. The error significantly impacts the purported coverage area represented for eNode 424199-15 in both the draft and final reports. The coverage area depicted in the reports is significantly undersized by over 3 miles. That's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal. For such a small town, 3 miles is a pretty big deal. Essentially, by attempting to create a coverage area with raw data missing critical measurements, areas of possible coverage cannot be considered by the software. This is the result of a user error in the drive test process. As a best practice, it is recommended operators monitor the survey results in real time. Doing so makes it very easy to identify when there are collection issues and prevents this error from occurring. As a result, the coverage area identified in both the draft and final cast reports for eNode 424199 is not accurate and should not be relied upon. This is further corroborated by the following. In Bryan Kohberger's AT&T records, handoffs are observed utilizing eNode 424-19915 repeatedly in the records that would make the purported coverage areas in the cast mapping physically impossible. In conducting my own drive test utilizing the Road and Shores TSMA6 and Nestor software, I was able to identify primary coverage areas for eNode 424-19915 up to 3 miles beyond the coverage areas depicted in the FBI cast reports. Mapping of the FBI raw drive test data over 500,000 points further identified coverage areas well outside of the coverage area depicted in the draft and final cast reports. So in their reports, it's showing that there's a certain area of coverage, but it's a lot less by 3 miles in like circumference, all the way around 3 miles. That's a big chunk that's being left out. And he went and he redid all the testing and found this extended coverage area that was not showing on even the final report. So in some places, again, they're having coverage where there's like impossible to know exactly like where anything was because they can't drive. And on the other hand, they're also underpinning, under mapping area by a lot. 3 miles is such a lot. Like a super lot. Unfortunately, this is a critical error, as this is the coverage area referred to in numerous probable cause statements as being indicative of Kohberger's phone traveling away from his house in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, around 2:47. This faulty coverage area was reported as the last cell tower the device connects with prior to powering off at 2:47 hours, which is also an error in the cast analysis. The phone does not power off until 2:54:45 and is using the cell site/sector that provides primary coverage to the Kohberger residence at the time. So do they actually have that it actually powered off? Or is it just not reporting to the network like we've already seen and heard? Because we have yet, in big old 2026, seen the analytical report from the forensic download of the phone that actually shows that the phone was turned off. Now, some people do just turn off their phones. My dad does. I mean, I know there's a huge age difference between a 70-year-old man and a 20-something-year-old college student, but some people don't really care about their phone. They have no issue completely cutting it off, not caring about social media, none of that stuff. Some people do just power off their phones. But they still haven't shown us in a report that it actually shows it was powered off. And again, we know that when you drive out in the direction that they're claiming that he went that night, that he himself is claiming, his defense team is claiming he went that night, we have people that are local, we have people on YouTube, and we also have people that are mainstream media analysts that have gone in and have taken the drive out that way and have lost coverage. There's a guy that always does a show with Vinnie Politan on Court TV, and he was boots on the ground out there while Vinnie was in the studio, and he said that when he drove out to the park and he was getting ready to be on the show for the night, he had to drive back towards Pullman because there was no coverage out there. He had zip, zilch, nothing, a big old X, no nothing. He had to turn all the way around and hope he got back because he couldn't turn on his maps when he started back because there wasn't any service for it to grab onto data and internet in order to start the track back, the directions back. So we know that there's no service out there. So I just need a report. I just want them to give us the report instead of just constantly telling us stuff that we have no proof of, because they're telling us there's no service where he was and that it wasn't reporting to the network. Okay, we understand that. But when it comes to powering off, like, I really need you to show me that. Like, show me where it shows in the phone little fine print font in the programming where it was actually powered off. Either way, like, we just need to see where it actually says that. In addition to providing coverage to the Kohberger residents, this cell site/cell sector has one of the largest coverages area for any cell site in Pullman. This coverage area extends for several miles south of Pullman and includes the Washington State University Horticultural Center in the Busby area. More importantly, I don't think I've ever even heard of this area before. I guess he's just trying to show like how far down it actually goes. More importantly, this cell site/cell sector does not provide coverage to Highway 270 between Moscow and Pullman. This is corroborated with the FBI's own drive test that reveals specific coverage areas for this cell site/cell sector well outside of the Pullman area, to include the WSU Horticultural Center. The fact Mr. Kohberger's phone disconnects from the network while connected to this specific cell site/cell sector eliminates any possibility of the device from being on Highway 27 between Pullman and Moscow at 254, meaning that it is, I guess, more south where this Washington State, I guess we need to look that up. Does he have it on here? No. So let's look up the Washington State University horticulture area. Lay Google Maps. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Miller Time. Congratulations to those who got those memberships. Let's see. WSU Horticulture Center. Well, that's pretty far, actually. So here's like the Walmart, here's Bishop. Here's 270. North Stadium Way. Here's Pullman. Wilson Road. His apartment's like up here somewhere, I think. Northeast Valley Road. Yeah, okay. So we've got the Steptoe Apartments all the way up here. And the cell phone tower has service all the way down to here. So all the way down to here, but it does not cover going towards Moscow. So it cuts off and does not cover 270 heading towards Moscow, is what he's trying to say here. This is corroborated with the FBI's own drive test that reveals specific coverage areas for this cell site/cell sector well outside of the Pullman area. Okay, I think we read that part already, yeah. One cannot dismiss this error as oversight. The AT&T call detail records, along with the FBI drive test, make it incontrovertible that Mr. Kohberger's device was not traveling east towards Moscow between 247 and 254. Any statements or diagrams proposing he was are false. So any statements or diagrams stating that Bryan Kohberger was heading towards Moscow between 247 and 254 are false. To make such a claim, one must ignore all accepted principles of CDR geolocation analysis or omit critical data from the AT&T call detail records. Okay. You heard him. Impossible coverage areas represented. There are numerous areas depicted in the mapping that shows coverage where there is no raw data to support the coverage. Basically, it appears the GAR software is taking snippets of raw data and then misestimating coverage areas. As an example, there are locations in the CAST mapping where less than 5% of a square mile had raw data collection. Yet the software estimated coverage for the entire square mile. There is no published data that reveals the algorithm the GAR software is utilizing to make such estimations. The coverage maps represented in the draft and final report are estimated coverage, not actual coverage. Standards in this field are that estimate and actual are not interchangeable and need to be clearly stated. Conversely, Slide 7 in the draft report and Slide 8 in the final report define coverage areas created by drive testing and give the appearance they are actual coverage, not estimated. Handoffs allow a mobile device to seamlessly jump from one cell/sector to another to maintain a constant connection to the cellular network. As a guiding principle of handoffs, a mobile device can only hand off to another cell site/sector that is providing coverage to the location where the handoff occurs. In any given area within the network coverage area, multiple cell sites/sectors provide overlapping coverage. In Bryan Kohberger's AT&T cell detail records, there are thousands of handoffs reported. In analyzing these handoffs, there are numerous handoffs occurring in the records that would be physically impossible based on the FBI CAS drive test mapping. There are repeated handoffs seen throughout the records where overlapping coverage between two cell sites/sectors must exist, yet in the FBI drive test coverage maps, these cell sites/sectors do not overlap. So he knows when there's supposed to be things that overlap, and he's not seeing them repeat in the maps. Basically, they screwed everything up, and there's really no ifs, ands, or buts around that. They really did just seem to screw everything up. Let me write this down real fast. So we have undermapped zones. Undermapped coverage zones, faked coverage zones, and then we also had what? We had Ethan, Bethany, and Jack D. No call detail records, and then Molly's were obtained by the FBI and preserved by the FBI, not given to the defense. So that's 1, 2, 3 sections of issues. 3 sections of issues so far. Okay. Raw data does not support coverage maps. To better understand the software issues that are present in the GAR mapping, I manually mapped all of the raw drive test data points collected by the FBI. This was a tedious and complex task as there are over 500,000 data points. This was done through a manual process and a programmatic process to assist in double checking my work and reducing human error factors. Oh, that's the second one. I didn't see the first one. Okay, second footnote. I cannot find anywhere in documentation in the discovery where the raw data from the FBI drive test was ever reviewed. It appeared the raw data was loaded into the GAR program to generate coverage map shapes without any validation of comparing the raw data to the estimated coverage shapes created by the software. This is part of an analysis I would expect to see if the peer review process to confirm accuracy within the work product. Confirming accuracy within the coverage mapping is a common practice and an expectation of subject matter experts in this field. Where did the first one go? I seem to have not seen a first footnote. Hello. Where is it? What the shit? Did he say that it's a second footnote when it's really a first footnote? Did we miss something for real? I don't see no little footnotes on the rest of these papers. I am not seeing the first footnote. Why is this page not loading all the way? I'm going to have to reload this. He's tripping. There is no first footnote. He misnumbered his footnotes, and number 2 should be number 1. There's no first footnote. This is the entire file. Okay, anyway. Okay, in doing so, it was discovered the raw drive test data provided by the FBI does not support the resulting coverage maps generated by the GAR program. There are clear areas of coverage in the raw data that are not present in the map data. Conversely, there are areas represented in the map data that are not supported by the raw data. When comparing the raw data I collected in conducting my own drive test, I found it was very near identical to the FBI drive test. This is important to note. The raw drive test data is very similar, but the FBI's interpretation of that mapped data is clearly flawed, which is crazy too, because he takes a lot of pride in the fact that he taught and trained a lot of these FBI guys. So I wonder what he's thinking about how much this is horrible. The errors described above are significant. To such an extent, it is difficult for this investigator to conclude FBI Special Agent Balance and Special Agent whatever his name is could complete such a work product without being aware of the discrepancies noted. It is the result of either sloppy processes and procedures or the errors discovered are intentional. All the errors described in Section 2 are in favor of the state and does conceal. See, this part was weird when I read this yesterday because this actually doesn't make any sense. I don't see how the errors would be in favor for the state if it conceals exculpatory evidence for Kohberger. Wouldn't this need to say are not in favor of the state? Like, if you read the context and then you read the way he has that sentence, I don't understand why it says this when that's not what he means. All the errors described in Section 2 are not in favor of the state and does conceal exculpatory evidence on behalf of Mr. Kohberger, is what this should say. Not are in favor of the state. No, not at all. It should say are in favor of the defense and conceals exculpatory evidence, because if there's exculpatory evidence being concealed and these are the state's experts that are concealing it, that's not in the favor of the state. That's in the opposite of whatever a favor is, you know? This is a pattern that will be discussed throughout this report. Section 4, FBI Cast Draft Report, July 10th, 2023, 124 slides. I guess this is like the final one that they were going to do. Because I have not been supplied with any disclosure, report, or data set depicting the methodology, process, procedure, or opinion of the state's experts, I utilized both the cast draft and cast final reports in my analysis. I found numerous concerns worth noting. The number of changes, omissions of data, and what appears to be a change in methodology without any supporting documentation or explanation is problematic. The report underwent a peer review in which resulted with roughly 90 slides, or 75% of the report being eliminated. There is no explanation for the changes made. So when it was peer reviewed, they removed 75% of the original report. Wow. And with no explanation. Okay. The manner in which drive test data is presented was changed. Refer to draft slide 7 and final slide 8. This is a substantial deviation in representing the data with no explanation. Both claims in the draft and final report, as they relate to total coverage, are inaccurate. There is an attempt in the draft report to show Mr. Kohberger's device possibly in the area of the crime scene between July 16th, 2022 and November 10th, 2022. This was removed and replaced in the final report. So where they were going to try and show where he might have been near the crime scene, obviously they knew it was wrong and it was completely removed out of the final report. There is no explanation to either methodology used in either report to illustrate this, and both are flawed. That's insane. This whole thing is just insane. Slide 112 is extremely concerning. This is 112. What is represented in this slide appears to have been heavily relied on throughout nearly every probable cause statement provided to secure evidence against Mr. Kohberger. The problem is that there is a complete misrepresentation of the AT&T data. There are only 4 connections represented on this slide. The AT&T records show a total of 50 connections during this time period. The slide states there are no network interactions between 248 and 448. This is incorrect, and the device does not disconnect from the network until after 254. So we already know that there was already a 7-minute discrepancy that took place in court. So let's see what the times are for this one. So this is still in Pullman. November 13th, 212, 220, 225, and then 247 are the times on this one. There are an additional 6 connections after what is represented on this slide. The additional connections clearly illustrate the device is not traveling east towards Moscow as suggested on this slide and on numerous probable cause affidavits. Again, with doubling down on the fact that this false information was used in warrants and arrest orders. In fact, the phone disconnects from the network while using the cell site / sector that provides coverage to Mr. Kohberger's residence. Despite a peer review occurring before the final version was completed, most of these errors are present on the final version. Arguably, the most important time period in this case concerning the network activity of Mr. Kohberger, and these errors were not corrected. Neither was the cams. Because remember, I told you guys, if they really followed the wrong car out, which we know they did because the car has fog lights and Kohberger's doesn't, they have hours and hours and hours and hours of footage from Nevada Street, from that entire intersection, the Pullman the WSU actual cameras. They could go back and find where Kohberger's car is actually in that area and moving around. And I honestly think that they did go back and they did find it, but it's going towards the park and not towards Moscow, the way that he has always said, and that's why they never refiled any of that information with the court, because there's no way that they didn't have the ability to go back and find it, The FBI cast draft report is exculpatory evidence to Mr. Kohberger, as it represents a flawed review of the AT&T records that resulted in errored conclusions that plagued probable cause statements. It clearly shows the misrepresentation of AT&T data by Special Agent Balance early in the investigation. Given Agent Balance's expertise in this field, it is unbelievable he would not have realized the errors being made. If this, man, I'm telling you right now, if Cyray would have gone on the stand and said all of this shit about Balance and all of the, I bet you right now, all of the, at least high profile cases that Balance worked on, for this to have come out public during trial, they would have had to have reopened these cases. They would have had to have done more cell analysis and had a whole, I bet you anything people would have been filing shit. I bet you anything people would have been filing shit left and right for everything that Balance touched. Balance would have lost his balance. You're right. How this is not going to affect him, even though it didn't go to trial, with this now being public, I don't see how it can't. How would this not be grounds for having everything he ever touched re-looked at? And the peer reviewer also. Come on, this is crazy. It's a lot. Wow. This, of course, is even more concerning after many of the misrepresentations on this slide made it into the final report right here after a peer review by an equally qualified expert in this field. And again, I'll have to go up and find the guy's name. It is my opinion that this level of misrepresentation is not an oversight or a mistake. I don't think it was either. I don't think it was either. Section 5, FBI CAS final report from July 8th, 2024. Okay, so this is the final one. So it went from 124 slides down to 31. Yeah, they took out 90 slides. 75% of the draft report was removed for the final, and they still screwed it up. That's wild. That's crazy. I hope we get the full thing one day to make like the comparisons, because now that we know that they undermapped and then faked mapped, oh yeah, I want to see that shit. The final cast report is plagued with errors and tainted with omissions. The resulting peer review of the work product is clearly a rubber stamp of approval with no real analysis or fact-finding taking place. There are repeated errors identified below that are not supported by the AT&T call detail records. A basic, competent peer review should have caught these errors. Further concerning is the lack of documentation in the work product. Just like the feds did with the IGG, there's like nothing hardly at all in way of notes. And that's the number one thing that was always drilled into our heads in public school. Show your work, or it doesn't matter if you got it right or not. Normally, the teacher was going to mark you wrong, even if you were right on everything, if you didn't show your work. And now we have people with the utmost authority not even bothering. Trust me, bro. All the way around. There are significant findings within Mr. Kohberger's AT&T call detail records that are undoubtedly exculpatory in nature. Despite this, there are no attempts to identify the exculpatory value of the records. I have found no reports contained within discovery where law enforcement even attempted to document the clearly exculpatory evidence contained within the AT&T CDRs. Moreover, it is clear law enforcement was aware of this exculpatory evidence and still chose to omit it from all work. Isn't that like the hugest Brady Giglio violation on the planet? I'm sorry. This is crazy. Moreover, I'm going to read it again. Moreover, it is clear law enforcement was aware of this exculpatory evidence and still chose to omit it from all work product and our I'm so aggravated by reading this, like I'm getting so angry I can't even talk, and or search warrant affidavits. The sheer volume of data that was requested for this analysis must be considered by evaluating the accidental and or intentional nature of the omitted exculpatory evidence. This statement right here is crazy. There's so many. I'm going to go in, like I had to refresh the screen and I didn't save the little pieces I'd already done, but I'm going to go into where every single time he says something about the probable cause orders or exculpatory evidence, I'm going to go in and highlight it and take it out and make it just like a document on its own. Because like what? It is clear law enforcement was aware of this exculpatory evidence and still chose to omit it from all work product and our search warrant affidavits, meaning these people need to lose their positions and they need to go on a list. Like what? The sheer volume of data that was requested. Okay, I read that part already. This is crazy. Like, I'm just getting angry. Like, we already knew this was messed up. I know that we read some of this yesterday, but to just like see how many, everything, it's not even how many things are wrong. It's literally at this point, every damn thing is wrong. Prove me wrong that everything is not wrong. Everything is wrong. My God. Law enforcement obtained 6 months of CDR data from all 4 deceased, as well as Mr. Kohberger. No, you just said that we don't have Ethan's. So that's not true, Mr. Ray. You said so yourself. The enormous amount of data was requested to analyze for connections between Mr. Kohberger and any of the decedents. This is a best practice and absolutely was a required component of this investigation. However, documenting the analysis process as well as the findings of that analysis is also a best practice and a required component of this investigation. The FBI final cast report falls well short of this requirement. Not only does it completely omit the lack of connections found, but there is also a concerning attempt to elicit connections that simply are not supported by the data. So not only were they faking map coverage, but they were also trying to fake connections. The analysis performed to derive such results are outside of any normal or standard analysis technique or discipline within this field and are nothing more than creative writing propped up with a cherry-picked data snippets. This unorthodox manner of analysis may not have been recognized without an experienced, well-trained subject matter expert meticulously analyzing the cast work product. Such an analysis requires hundreds of hours to unwind the intentional manipulation of data seen in this work product. Like, he is intentional with his words, since we're talking about intentional. Very intentional with his words. So the vibe coming from the people that have like already read the book and like the what we are getting from that 40-page preview is so not this. Yeah, but where'd it go? Because apparently now he's like kissing their ass and all this other stuff. Not just Hippler. Like Judge also allowed this damn cast thing to happen. Remember, the first hearing on the cast report was with Latah County. And I highly doubt that it went through and he didn't look at it. It seems like he got to see the most of everything that was going into the court. So it's both at this point. It's both at this point. This is just so crazy. These words are wild. Oh my God. Okay. To document my peer review of the FBI cast final report, I will detail issues found by the specific slide the issues are present on. Any slide that is not mentioned is the result of no issue being found on that slide. Slide 2, Section 1 background. This statement mentions a request to analyze cell phone number records for 8458, 1224, and 1278. While those numbers are included in this final report does not document an analysis. This report is a culmination of methodically cherry-picked data void of critical exculpatory data that is present in the records. To date, I have seen no evidence of a complete geolocation analysis in this case on behalf of the state. There have been no files turned over showing the complete mapping of available data. In the reports that have been turned over, there is data available for analysis that is not mentioned. This report is void of nearly 94% of the available data in the time periods referenced. To be clear, this report is not the result of an analysis, but rather a manipulation of raw data to create a false timeline of events. 94% of the data available that he can see himself and knows exists is not being used for this cell phone analysis cast report to create a false timeline of events. Oh my God. No wonder Hitler hated him. He is calling him all the way out on all the things. We definitely are going to have to go back in and listen to Cyre's hearing. Maybe we'll squeeze that in before either the interview on the 16th or the book. One of the two. We're going to squeeze it. We're going to squeeze it in, I think. I think we've done it already once, like a review one time before, but I think we definitely are going to need to do it again. Especially after reading all of these pages, because what the frick, bro? Okay. Section 2, methodology. This section reportedly discusses methodology, but is void of methodology. Methodology is a system of methods used to perform an analysis. What Special Agent Balance writes is not a methodology. Rather, it is nothing more than stating the obvious. Cell phone records exist, they contain location data, and they can be mapped. He avoids any real explanation of a methodology he used to analyze these records. If Special Agent Balance mapped all of the cell phone records he was provided, analyzed them, and then created this report as a result, The complete mapping has never been disclosed. There is no attempt to provide any real description of his methods. Without knowing the methodology he employed and reviewing the raw mapping files he used to reach conclusions presented in this report, it is nearly impossible to review his work. It would also be impossible for Special Agent, whatever his name is, to provide a peer review because all of this information is not there, which explains why so much of the other stuff was actually taken out, I guess. Section 3, conclusions. And we're nowhere near done. We're only on page 25, and I think that this stuff goes well into the 40s before it gets into his credentials. Special Agent Balance states a historical analysis was performed on the call detail records for the target phones, yet to date, I have not received any documentation of work product that would be required to perform such an analysis. For example, I have included all my raw data and map data with this report. I have worked well over 500 of these cases on behalf of the prosecution. I am unable to think of a single case where the mapped data was not provided as part of my report. I have instructed law enforcement on methodologies used to perform an analysis of this nature for over 15 years, teaching tens of thousands of investigators all over the world. The need to provide an account of your process and working files have been part of that instruction. It is a well-known and accepted best practice. This is more than an oversight or slight inconvenience. This is an intentional attempt to conceal the flawed methodologies that resulted in the flawed conclusions found in this report. Again, intentional to hide errors. This whole thing is full of shit. That's what he's saying. Slide 6. On slide 6 is the following statement. Maps are shown utilizing a Google-based mapping program. This statement is false. FBI CAST utilizes the CAST-Viz and Gladiator mapping programs to create work product. Neither is affiliated with Google in any way. They do not utilize a Google-based mapping program. Both are proprietary and not available to the general public, meaning what they are actually using here. The maps used in Special Agent Balance's report is actually a mapping software called MapTiler from OpenStreetMap. This is a company completely unrelated to Google. It is unclear why Special Agent Balance chose to qualify his mapping as a Google-based mapping program. So he's even lying about the kind of program that he's using, or he's just too stupid to know what kind of program he's using. I'll just go with the last one. Slide 7. There is a data conversion that Special Agent Balance performed in his work product that he does not address. This is further complicated by statements made on slide 7. Information in call information box is dependent upon information cellular carrier provides. Special Agent Balance does some cross-referencing using 2 different data sets to convert the original cell site / cell sector data. To review this process, the AT&T cell tower list for the referenced area is required. The AT&T tower list data set has been at issue in multiple discovery requests. There has been previous testimony elicited by the state in this case that AT&T cell tower lists were not used in mapping. To be clear, the map these records in the fashion Special Agent Balance did in this report, the AT&T tower list is absolutely required. Let me also write down that he's dumb when it comes to it not being a Google program. Because I'm going to do like a little short, like less than 10-minute video of the points here, because I know this is all going to be really, really long. What did I just say? Oh yeah, maps, not Google. Like, you should know if your products are Google based or not, and like that's kind of ridiculous that he doesn't seem to know what he's using. The AT&T CDRs or call detail records would not have the cell site / cell sector information that Special Agent Balance references throughout his report. For example, AT&T CDRs will show a connection to the cell site. The cell sector that would look like this with 10594959424199, which is the sector name. I guess that's the beginning location information and then the actual cell tower sector. 108594959 being the sector information and 424199 being the cell site information. Special Agent Balance then uses the AT&T tower list to cross-reference the sector information 108594959 to a sector ID of 15, which is why we then see it with the -15. Yeah. He then combines the cell site information 424199 with the sector ID of 15 to create the cell site cell sector identifier of 424-19915. Special Agent Balance's work here cannot be verified with only the AT&T CDRs as previously claimed by the state. It requires the AT&T tower list to complete the conversion. To remove any doubt, any records mapped in the CastViz program or any other program that displays this conversion, an AT&T tower list was uploaded into the program and utilized by the program. Slide 8. This slide is an explanation slide as it refers to drive testing. There are multiple false claims on this slide. The dialog box states coverage area. As previously discussed, this is an estimated coverage area and is far from accurate. Another dialog box states, when mapping the results of drive test data for one specific tower, the total coverage area for the tower/sector is represented by the colored area on the map. As previously discussed, there is a software component that estimates the coverage area based on partial readings from a drive test. In no way does this represent the total coverage area. Slide 10. This slide represents AT&T network and key locations. While the data on the map appears accurate, it is missing a critical cell tower that should be known and discussed. Southeast of Busby is tower 424286. Mr. Kohberger's phone connects to this cell site twice on November 13th at 2:47 hours and again at 2:50 hours. Given the antenna that was utilized faces northwest away from Moscow, this cell site/cell sector is extremely important to any analysis of Mr. Kohberger's device on November 13th, 2022. Special Agent Balance chose to leave these connections out of his report and has left it out of his visualization. Mr. Kohberger's phone regularly connects to this cell site/cell sector, and it should be represented here to help a layperson understand the general coverage areas. So is this I was just about to say, is this the third one that Hushley mentioned in court? And the judge was like, oh, you can't be mentioning that third tower. If you mention that third tower, I got to give her what she wants, when talking about what Ann was asking for. I think that's it. That's exactly where my mind was going. I remember his little bullshit that day. Funky ass bald man. Ugh, he's so annoying. Slide 13. This slide is a misrepresentation of the AT&T data. Okay, we finally have a slide to look at. The slide shows 4 cell site/cell sector connections between 212 and 248. There are 50 connections documented in the AT&T report. Special Agent Balance has concealed 92% of the cell site/cell sector connections from the AT&T report on this slide. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's open this bigger. Was this the one that we were looking at earlier where it doesn't actually show full coverage? Yeah. Yeah, this is the one where I guess technically, just given the way that this is right here, let's just try to I guess I'm going to assume it would probably be more rounded. Maybe like that. I mean, I don't know. It could be like this, who freaking knows? But we know that he's saying that this definitely should be green all right here. All of this around his apartment has coverage between these two towers. It should be like that, kind of like that, I guess. But yeah, the one that he's talking about would be, oh, is that too fast? Made my thing skip. Would be more down where like the horticultural places, way down there where Busby is I think where he's saying that tower was. Yeah, that has to be the third tower that she was talking about. Special Agent Balance chose to end the time frame with 2:48 hours, yet the phone is connected until 2:54. This error was repeated throughout nearly every probable cause statement written in search warrants referencing Mr. Kohberger. You know, there's a lot of grammatical errors in this. And I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. But when you're an expert and you're filing something with the court, it's proper to make sure that you're adding S's at the end of words that need them. You're using past tense if you're supposed to, meaning that there should be an ED at the end of certain words. It's an before a word that starts with a vowel, not a. Those kinds of like really small things. And I know that it doesn't really matter like in regular life. But again, this is a court document, and I'm finding myself like I know I'm making mistakes reading, and I'm having to like repeat words and stuff. But there are some of these times where that's because my mind knows there should be like a letter there, and I'm not seeing it, so I get skipped up. And I feel again, there's really no excuse for there not to be a program that these get ran through so that these grammatical mistakes are not there in a document this important, especially. And I'm like this same way. Like I talk a lot of shit. So when I'm talking a lot of shit, I like to make sure that I have all the receipts possible, right? So if you're talking a lot of shit, you should probably make sure that you run this through spell check for your grammar things, you know? Just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right, let's see. Da-da-da-da. Okay, this error was repeated throughout nearly every probable cause statement written in search warrants referencing Mr. Kohberger. While it may only be an error of 6 minutes, the cell site/cell sector connections that happened during that 6-minute period paint a very different picture than the narrative crafted in nearly all the probable cause statements. So he's referencing again the probable cause statements, which we know that they put this false narrative in there. Now he's saying it's a 6-minute period. The argument was that it was a 7-minute period. I guess it all depends on the amount of seconds and if you want to round up or down, I guess. The manner in which the 4 connections are mapped, it appears the device is on the west side of Pullman from 2:12 to 2:25. There is then a gap until 2:47 where the device has moved towards the east. This is a complete manipulation of the data, meaning it doesn't go east, and that's false. The device is connected to the AT&T network the entire time from 2:12 through 2:54. Every second of time during this period can be accounted for, and a connection to the AT&T network can be mapped for that time. When this is done, it is clear the device is not moving east as portrayed on the slide. Eliminating 92% of the available data for analysis is a drastic deviation from well-known and established best practices. Unfortunately, this flawed analysis produced a flawed finding that was then shared with investigators at the Moscow Police Department. Those investigators then parroted the flawed finding throughout their probable cause statement in this case, and this will be covered further in Section 7. And isn't that what we basically have been saying this entire time? The feds did everything. And then Moscow, because they don't freaking know better, because they're a little podunk wannabe police force, just listened to Big Brother, because Big Brother is supposed to know better. They're of higher authority. They're supposed to know what they're doing. They don't. They trusted them and just did whatever they said to do and never thought to question anything, or were too cowardice to question anything. That's probably more it. Cowards. Oh my God. Okay. Special Agent Balance has displayed other cell sites on this map that are in the area but did not connect to the device. These are represented by blue dots on the map. When Mr. Kohberger's mobile phone is powered off at 2:54, the device is using a cell site/cell sector located just north of Mr. Kohberger's residence, which is cell site 424006. This cell site is the number one cell site utilized by Mr. Kohberger's device in these records. It is the cell site that provides service to Mr. Kohberger's residence. Despite this, Special Agent Balance has presented a work product here that does not show this cell site. So the cell site where Kohberger's phone is connected the most is not being used by the state's federal agent who's putting all of this together. Go figure. This cell site is extremely relevant to any analysis of these records, and even more so of any analysis of this specific time period. Special Agent Balance peer review, the special agent, what's his name, peer review should have identified this error. So that's another piece. We'll do tower south of Busby, and then tower north of BK apartment, not on map. Yeah, that's how you can find pattern and see where someone normally is if you're trying to track their movements. Why wouldn't you notate where the phone connects the most on the map? That's actually really dumb. Just all the way around stupid as hell. Like the issue pointed out above, other cell sites, cell site 424286 and cell site 424004, have also been left off this map. The phone connected to both sites several times during this time period. When added to the map along with sector information, it shows a very clear picture this phone is not traveling east towards Moscow as reported in probable cause statements. Again, concealing these connections and cell site locations is a gross deviation from any competent geolocation analysis of this data. It is my opinion that this oversight in the analysis is an intentional manipulation of the data. There has been some communication by the state in reference to these disconnect times of 2:47 hour when in fact it was 2:54 hours. These communications asserted something to the effect of the time was reported to be around 2:47, which could also include 2:54 because it says around 2:47. That's how they were able to get away with a lot too. Vagueness. This is impossible given the magnitude of this investigation and the importance of the data at this time. Special Agent Balance eliminated nearly 100 slides from his draft report to his final report, and this is one of the few that remained. It did because of its importance to this investigation. This is not only a misreporting of time when the phone disconnected from the network, but a concealment of critical connections the mobile device makes between 2:47 and 2:54. That's true. All of that stuff that was being done in that time frame would not be, actually calculated through because they're going to be cutting it off at 2:47 when that's not accurate. This is a critical error that not only involved misreported connection/disconnection times, but omitted critical cell site connections. Coverage areas. The issue of coverage areas used and omitted on this slide are possibly the most concerning of my analysis. Special Agent Balance and Special Agent whatever his name is spent several days driving around Moscow and Pullman, as well as areas to the south of collecting raw data to help identify cell coverage. Despite the amount of effort put into this, there is no mapping or coverage areas depicted in the areas south of Pullman or Moscow, which is so interesting because they literally were like, oh, as soon as he left 1122 King Road, he went south and went around this weird, huge horseshoe thing before he went right back up. Bullshit, shut up. Not only is it missing from this slide, but it is also nowhere else in the cast report or any other report disclosed. The coverage areas depicted on this slide are undersized and inaccurate as the result of both missing drive test data, Highway 270 east of Pullman and Terraview Road, and faulty coverage estimates generated by the GAR product. The FBI's raw data disclosed does not support these coverage areas. Around 250, the device has multiple connections with all of these different cell sites, 424.006, 004, 286, and 199. The handoff pattern seen at this time is unique and happens in a very short time period. It is possible to determine very specific locations where the mobile device could be at this time by analyzing the drive test data from these cell sites to find common overlapping coverage areas. One possible location that would produce such a handoff pattern is found on the east side of the WSU Horticultural Center, located just north of Busby. The FBI's raw drive test data further supports this location. As such, it is expected to see coverage maps of this area in this report. This is an extremely basic skill in analyzing drive test data and is the entire reason drive tests are performed. In my analysis, I have compared both the FBI's raw drive test data and my raw drive test data to these cell sites and the handoff pattern mentioned above. In doing so, I found it is impossible for this device to be traveling east on Highway 270 towards Moscow between the time of 2:47 and 2:54. Any assertions the device may have traveled east around this time are inaccurate and not supported by the data. Any illustrations or diagrams presented in a probable cause statement that alludes to the device traveling east on Highway 270 around 2:47 are blatantly false. So then how can they possibly get away with using that in his arrest warrant? How can you know all of this for so long? How can you know all of this for so freaking long and literally do nothing? Like, this is wild, how many times he makes these statements. It is important to note I did not reach my conclusions from an independent analysis using my data, but rather using the state's evidence of the AT&T records and the FBI's own drive test results. This is not a battle of varying expert opinion, but rather the discovery of omitted evidence that is extremely exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger. There is no doubt this omitted evidence played a major role in the issuance of search warrants, as discussed in section 7. That is so crazy. Everything being like said in here, this is all so wild. Like, we knew it, but like seeing it in this report is crazy. Moreover, all of this highlights the importance of seeing Special Agent Balance's work as part of his analysis. Slide 14. Special Agent Balance confirms the early error made in reporting the disconnection time as 2:47 hours. This is a change from his draft report where he reported the disconnect time as 2:47. This slide reveals the actual disconnect time is in fact 2:54. Had no network connections on November 13th, 2022 between 2:54 and 4:48. So this is where he corrected it. Okay. And we know that that was like the only thing really addressed in court. Like, that's literally like one of the only things literally addressed in court when they did all this stuff. Slide number 15. Again, there is significant missing data from this slide. This slide reveals 3 connections for this time period when there are actually 28 reported connections. So he barely put any information in here, literally at all. Go figure. In the manner these connections are reported by Special Agent Balance, it gives the appearance the device is moving south. Special Agent Balance is showing 2 connections at 4:48 and 4:53 to cell site 420504 just south of Moscow. I'm guessing that's this one right here. And I'll make this bigger here in just a second. What Special Agent Balance omitted from this report are the connections to cell sites located much further to the south at the same time. So apparently there's stuff, these little dots, I guess, are towers. These are all little towers. This is the scene. This is where he lives. This is Genesee down here. Like this whole little thing is like the horseshoe shape that they tried to say that he took. 448, 453, and then at 502 all the way down here. Make sure it was back on the Zoom I had it on. Is that too much? Yeah, that's way too freaking much. Okay. When all of the available data is mapped, the phone is most likely stationary at this time about 9.8 miles south of Moscow. When the device does move, it is moving west, not south. So like way down here, but not like ever east, just straight down. Okay. Again, this error in analysis found its way into numerous probable cause affidavits. This will be discussed further in section 7. I'm going to highlight all these. The search warrant issued to AT&T for Mr. Kohberger's records included a request for the historical precision location information data. This data was provided by AT&T. As discussed earlier, the reliability and accuracy of this data can widely vary and should be used with caution. With that said, it appears Mr. Kohberger's device is using a map application, possible navigation guidance at this time. As such, the historical precision location information is extremely accurate during this time period. The accuracy is at such a level that it would be mathematically impossible for the data to perfectly match the speed and route mapped, and as such can be presumed reliable. All data should be considered and reliability determined through a competent analysis. The addition of the location data in this report, specifically this slide, would clearly show the device is not traveling south as implied. It would also be in stark contrast to the map depicting the possible route used in numerous search warrant affidavits. Okay, I need to go back. So does this mean that they have proof he was actually using a navigator? Because it says right here for, like, with everything going on this slide right here, we have not switched slides yet, okay? It says right here, it appears Mr. Kohberger's device is using a map application, possible navigation guidance at this time. Didn't he say right there? Didn't they say in the release from his attorney in Pennsylvania that his phone would have his information? Like he literally made a statement like that about like this phone would have his information. Yeah. So why did they choose not to tell us this for so long? Because if we knew that he was using a navigator, we would know that the navigator is what was needing to be looked at, and the cell phone data wouldn't matter because you hop around on towers like it's fire to your feet. It appears Mr. Kohberger's device is using a map application, possible navigation guidance at this time, meaning that they can precisely know where he was. And that means they know damn well with everything in their little bitty black hearts that he was nowhere near that crime scene when this happened. Like, this is wild. I can't believe that they're like, it's just in here. It's just in here. You can have your VPN on all you want to. If you're using a navigator, it breaks through it because you have to give it your location information to use a navigator. I have a VPN on my phone and I know what I need to do in order to use a GPS whenever I have a new rental car and I have to plug it in and do all the things. You can't have it on there. I run my VPN and run my navigator at the same time. And my VPN will show me that I'm in California. And trust me, that's not where I'm at. And it still works. He said in the very beginning, his cell phone would have his location information. Man, that's wild. I can't believe Cyray is actually just like straight up saying that. And what times are these? I hate this case too, girl. What times are these? 4:48, 4:53, 5:02. Woo! Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. He better mention that in his damn book. They better mention this, and he better mention this shit in the damn book. The accuracy for this, because he had his freaking navigation on, is supposed to be actually accurate. It should be considered reliable if you're looking at it competently. Well, then how come y'all can't produce us his map? Like, okay, give me his map. You obviously know that he was using a map. So pull up the freaking map application, show us his start time, and show us the location he was going. Like, if you know damn well that he was using a navigator, why are we only filing with the court a paper that says what he was doing? Why wasn't this submitted? As like, hey, this is my actual concrete alibi. I don't need a freaking human being to have seen my ass driving around in the middle of the night. My navigation system literally tells you precisely where I was when I started and when I got home. Why did we not do this? Why did we not submit this to the court? Very confused right now. I am very, very, very confused right now. Okay. There are missing connections in the report between slide 15 and 16. Slide 15 ends at 5:03 and slide 16 begins at 5:20. There are more connections to the AT&T network during this 17-minute period that are not illustrated here. Oh, great. Another 17-minute period. Like we needed another one. Like we needed that. Okay. These connections further support the device traveling west, not south, meaning towards that freaking ass park. Of particular interest is the fact the map presented in search warrant affidavits illustrating a possible route cannot be supported with the FBI CAST report because of this missing data. Given the significant role the map illustrating Mr. Kohberger's possible route played in establishing that magical crackhead word, probable cause, it is reasonable to expect a detailed analysis supporting the information relied on in affidavits to be present in this report, yet it is missing. Of course it is. Of course it is. Jesus Christ. Slide 16. The slide shows a total of 2 connections. During this time frame, there are a total of 26 connections. Again, more than 92% of the available data is missing. That is so freaking insane. Oh my God. If these missing connections are mapped in addition with the historical precision location data, the inaccuracies of the previously mentioned coverage areas come to light. Given the accuracy of the historical precision location information seen at this time, it is possible to determine Mr. Kohberger's exact route from the Johnson area traveling north to Pullman during this time period. Yeah, this is like the part where the car comes, quit tripping, back into town. Why are you going to start freezing on me? Like I've been this whole time. See, now it wants to start acting cray-cray. Come on, I just want to make this bigger. Okay, let's see what this says right here. Yeah. Yeah, because these are like the videos where there's no fog lights on the front bumper. And we already know that they've said that he was driving around. They're not arguing that it's his car coming back in. It probably is his car coming back in. It's the car leaving in the direction they're wanting you to think he went, which this all tracks because they removed all of this and wanted to just poof the car over in Moscow in the Indian Hills area like at 3:30. But then if you go and look at the damn timeline, you know, the one that MPD is telling me doesn't exist in their system, you know, that one. You also see that they are marking like a white vehicle like at midnight. Like in times that are like way before anything that they've ever even mentioned. They're tracking white vehicles in that timeline in November 2023. That's crazy and makes no sense. Literally makes zero sense. To such an extent, it is possible to even determine the speeds traveled along the way. When matching this level of location detail to connections seen in the AT&T records, we can determine the mobile device's exact location during these connections. In the event a competent investigator reviews the AT&T network connections, the historical precision location information, and the raw FBI drive test data altogether in a holistic manner, the inaccuracies of the FBI's purported coverage maps is clear. The raw data is in clear contrast with this report. This could be one reason the coverage maps for these critical cell sites were omitted from the report. Slide 17. Of notable concern is the lack of a coverage area depicted in this slide. In slide 13, a coverage area for this cell site and sector was provided, however, it has been omitted here. Okay. The connection to this cell site / sector is relatively short, only lasting 52 seconds. When analyzing the other connections before and after this connection and the historical precision location information, it is fairly simple to determine the location of this device. Around this time, 5:39 a.m., the device is in the immediate area of Mr. Kohberger's residence. Most notable is the device's connections to cell site 424307 and 424300 around 5:30. And they have this tower being the one that they're talking about, like this little wedge of area right here. These omnidirectional cell sites are on the campus of Washington State University and have small coverage areas. The activity seen at this time is consistent with Mr. Kohberger returning to his residence. Mr. Kohberger's residence is well outside of the coverage area depicted for this cell site / cell sector on slide 13. And we know from the other one that we read that whatever the coverage is right here, it encompasses his apartment, and it should definitely be showing as such. And for some reason, it doesn't. When the omitted data is added to the work product, the errors of the analysis are clear. It should be noted, the omitted data is data collected and used by Special Agent Balance to create this report and deliberately omitted, not data that was unavailable to him or created by another expert performing an analysis. Special Agent Balance chose what data to use and omit. Again, the very definition of cherry picking, which he's also used that statement several times in this report, which it's definitely like the fitting statement. Definitely the fitting statement. Let me see if I can refresh this. It's acting like it's not wanting to load right. Okay. Slide 18. Special Agent Balance has opted to include a coverage area in this slide, but at the same time chose to omit the coverage area seen in slide 13 for tower 424005. The reason is obvious. It would show the inaccuracy of the coverage areas created by the GAR product as the phone is not located in the overlapping areas during this time frame. There are 5 connections represented in this slide during the time period. In the AT&T data, there are a total of 19 connections. Based on other evidence and data, Mr. Kohberger's device is located in the immediate area of his apartment around this time, denoted by the yellow marker on the slide, which is this little one right here. And this is the one that we saw earlier, 613, 615, 617, 801, 801. During this 1 hour and 51 minute period, the device connects to cell site 424005 a total of 3 times. For the FBI coverage maps to be accurate, the coverage area of 424005 would need to overlap the coverage area for 424006 in the area of Mr. Kohberger's residence. An analysis of the raw drive test data collected by the FBI does reveal 424005 does cover the Kohberger residence. For some unknown reason, the GAR product did not represent this coverage when the raw data was converted into the mapped coverage shapes. This is further evidence of the inaccuracies of the coverage maps presented in the CAST report. Of particular interest is the fact that the state's own evidence is what highlights these inaccuracies when omitted data is added back to this report. This evidence was and is still available to Special Agent Balance and Special Agent whatever his name is. Any competent analysis of the drive test date will reveal obvious errors. It is my opinion a false timeline of events was created early in the investigation. Just highlight that real, quick like. The omitted data in this report, again, he says, is intentional to attempt to conceal the various errors made early in the investigation. See how it's messed up? Made early in the investigators. He means early in the investigation. There's little bitty things like that literally all over this report. It's a lot of it. It's a lot of it. Slide 19. Of particular interest with this slide is the reported travel of Mr. Kohberger's mobile device to Moscow roughly 5 hours after the crimes were committed. Again, there are several missing connections in this slide. In trying to capture what the network activity of an AT&T device would look like when traveling from Pullman to Moscow, there is no better control sample than using Mr. Kohberger's own device. In essence, we have this control sample of network activity here. Let's see what this looks like. So this is November 13th, 9 a.m., 9:03, 9:12. Okay, so this is the 9 o'clock hour. So let's see what he says about this part right here. So already it says right here, not traveling east. Okay, but that's that time. Okay, let's see what he says. This is the 9 o'clock spot. This is the 9 o'clock spot. 9 to 9:13. Okay. Of particular interest with this slide is the reported travel of Mr. Kohberger's mobile device to Moscow roughly 5 hours after the crimes were committed. Again, there are several missing connections in this slide. In trying to capture what the network activity of an AT&T device would look like when traveling from Pullman to Moscow, there is no better control sample than using Mr. Kohberger's own device. In essence, we have this control sample of network activity here. Okay. It is a common practice in geolocation analysis to identify activity of this nature to serve as a control sample to help provide a better understanding of how the cellular network is functioning at any given time. One can review such control samples and then compare them to other times of suspect movements and/or similar travel. In this case, we can compare the network activity seen here. So is he saying he actually drove over to Moscow at the 9 o'clock hour? Is that what this says? Is that what this is saying? We went over Bethany's information last night. Just FYI. I'm not seeing anybody answering if I don't even know if y'all are talking about something else or if y'all are listening to this. This is like a big section of this right here. This is a big deal. This is the 9 o'clock timeline that we've been questioning. And he's saying that they can use this 9 to 9:30 a.m. as a control. Yeah, we went over all of Bethany's stuff yesterday. It all released yesterday. I already have a clip of it ready to be released in the morning. So I don't know. I don't know if this is saying he actually went at 9 o'clock or not, because that doesn't make any sense to me. When he's saying that this is a control. This is confusing. No, the ATM he went to was in Pullman. And it was like south. The Washington State Bank is south. Let me pull it up on the map. Because we finally got information on that, and it showed that it was in Pullman. And when we pulled up the maps, I guess maybe driving south to Pullman might have would have done it. Hold on. Washington Trust Bank, Pullman. Yeah, see, it's like south of his house. So this is the Washington State Bank, like where the ATM is. And then we know that he goes south to go to Lewiston, which, like, look how far this drive is, by the way. Like, this is a long ass drive. And here's Busby, that other tower spot they were talking about. I guess it's not really a long drive because we know that this is like that horseshoe thing. But yeah, the Washington State Bank thing was in Pullman. It was in Pullman. So this is confusing right here. Because what we've also said is, like, where's your cameras in the daytime to show us that he went back at 9 o'clock? I know they have like one camera at the gas station at the end of Taylor, but that doesn't even look like a freaking Hyundai Elantra. It looks like a little Chevy, short little car. So where's the WSU cameras? Where's the Highway 270 cameras? Where's the Floyd's cannabis cameras that would have caught the car? This don't make sense to me. How is this a constant to use? Like, how is this your control sample? Because he's not giving us the same kind of information that he does in the other stuff in way of like the very specifics. He's just plopping it in here. Of particular interest with this slide is the reported travel of Mr. Kohberger's mobile device to Moscow roughly 5 hours after the crimes were committed. Again, there are several missing connections in this slide. Okay, so there's still a bunch missing. In trying to capture what the network activity of an AT&T device would look like when traveling from Pullman to Moscow, there is no better control sample than using Mr. Kohberger's own device. In essence, we have this control sample of network activity, but you just said it had stuff missing. So how can it be your control if you're saying that it's got stuff missing? It is a common practice in geolocation analysis to identify activity of this nature to serve as a control sample to help provide a better understanding of how the cellular network is functioning at any given time. One can review such control samples and then compare them to other times of suspect movements and or similar travel. In this case, we can compare the network activity seen here, Mr. Kohberger's device is leaving the residence and traveling to Moscow, to the network activity seen early in the morning around 2:47. See, that don't make no freaking sense to me. When this was done, it becomes even more clear Mr. Kohberger's device was not traveling east, nor was it on Highway 270 traveling towards Moscow. The network connection seen between, okay, so does this mean that, see, now I'm even more confused because how the hell are you using this as a control? But then you're also going to sit here and say, when this is all done correctly, then you can see it's not traveling. And then it skips back down to 247, 254 being completely different than what's seen here. There's no video of him at a bank in Moscow. No, there's not. No, there is not. That's not true. No, there is not. That's a Pullman bank. It's the Pullman ATM. There's nothing that shows him in Moscow. Even in the FBI reports that mentions all of the locations, there's nothing about a Moscow bank. And we have already read, as a matter of fact, you know where we found this out? We found out that it was the bank in Pullman because there was a document with a whole bunch of different receipts and stuff. And in the document report, it showed different locations. And that's where we found out that they had lied to us about him, like, no longer using his card after the 13th. That's how we found out that that was all bullshit. So this is really confusing. Like, and the sad part is I know, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I just have a feeling that interview on the 16th isn't going to have any analytical questions when it comes to what this report says, because I've got a shit ton of questions and I highly doubt that things are going to really be asked here. We've already seen how that channel interviews people. I don't have any faith that it's going to have any new info or any answers to this, because this needs an answer. This can't be a control if you're saying that this shows he doesn't go that way, but that this is like perfect to use because whatever. Like, this is a little confusing. I don't know. Maybe he is saying you should be able to use it, but you can't, though. I mean, unless he's trying to say that it proves that it doesn't show that he goes that way, the same way that it doesn't show it at 247 and 254. Because it says right here, when this is done, it becomes even more clear Kohberger's device was not traveling east, nor was it on Highway 270 traveling towards Moscow. But that's not what this says up here. I guess maybe I'm misinterpreting it. I think Lady Di is right. I think he's saying, like, this right here during the daytime, like, should be showing certain things and should be able to be used as a control. But see, he's not giving the specifics for the things that are wrong. See, I think that's where I'm, like, getting thrown off, is he's not putting all of the, like, this kind of stuff right here, like all these little points of, like, the things that are actually messed up. He's just leaving it like this, and then he moves on to the next one. So I think maybe that's why I'm a little confused right there. Okay, anyway. All right, let's just move forward. Woo! All right. Slide 20. There can be no argument that Mr. Kohberger drove by any one of the thousands of other homes or businesses, as the cell site/cell sectors represented in slide 20 also coverage the majority of the population of Moscow and the densest areas of Moscow. To date, I have not been provided with any corroborating evidence, surveillance video footage, that would have been available and captured Mr. Kohberger's vehicle around the crime scene. So they didn't show him 1112 because that's what the state says is his car. And he's not a car guy. So I'm just surprised he didn't say, you know, they showed me the 1112 footage, but because of the cell phone analysis, I can't say that that's technically his car because the cell phone data says that he went in the other direction. So that's a little interesting. But I mean, it's true. Like, this is technically true. I just really kind of, I guess maybe just personally, I would have preferred him to mention how the cell phone analysis proves he goes the opposite direction. So it couldn't be his car regardless. You know, more specific, I guess. Special Agent Balance's theory appears to be Mr. Kohberger's device utilized this particular cell site, therefore he must be at the crime scene. In my opinion, this is a reckless assumption because that same cell site covers much of the population of Moscow. There is not enough detail in the AT&T CDRs to be specific enough to make any determination of Mr. Kohberger's precise whereabouts, especially down to a 100-meter accuracy, which means that they're full of shit. Which means that he's full of shit. Slides 21 through 24 are missing significant data. However, the omitted data does not provide any further detail that is helpful to this analysis. Slide 25. This slide appears to be the result of an analysis in which cellular network activity was analyzed to determine periods of time greater than 1 hour and 45 minutes where the device is not seen by the network. There is no explanation provided of how these conclusions were reached. While I do not disagree with these findings, it does not accurately represent Mr. Kohberger's behavior with powering events. I would simply refer any analysis for this issue to the Celebrite extraction logs showing all powering events. That's what I've been asking for. I'm going to ask Celebrite for the what you call it, the powering event log. I want the extraction log showing the powering events. That's what I'm going to ask for the third time. Let's see if they actually freaking answer. What is he calling it? Extraction log. Powering events. That's what I want. And if it says he turned it off, cool. But at least we have the damn report that says he actually turned it off. That's all I want. I just want you to get some receipts. That's all I want, some receipts. Let's see. Okay, slide 26 through 30. These slides appear to reveal possible dates and times where Mr. Kohberger's cell site / cell sector usage is similar to what is seen in the deceased AT&T records when they are inside the residence / crime scene. While these slides are extremely vague and open to much interpretation, it can only be assumed they serve the purpose of showing times when Mr. Kohberger may have been at or near the crime scene prior to the crimes occurring. It is my opinion that the methodology and representations are extremely flawed. So these are like all the times where they're trying to say that he was there ahead of time, and he's saying that it's all been, it's all bullshit. It's all extremely flawed. Okay. The network activity seen on 11/13/22 between 4 and noon on Madison's device and on 11/13 between 4 a.m. and noon on Xana's device is never seen in Mr. Kohberger's records consisting of data between 6:23 and 11/13. Slide 28 represents a 100-meter radius around the crime scene. Again, the methodology used here is extremely vague, but it appears to be some attempt to say if Mr. Kohberger's mobile device is using a specific cell site / cell sector, he could be within 100 meters of the crime scene. The device could be anywhere else that specific cell site / cell sector covers, which is a large part of Moscow to include most of the University of Idaho and the downtown area. That's why the state, Bill Thompson, had to mention that. That's why he had to mention that. Slide 29 lists 13 dates and times that reportedly coincide with Mr. Kohberger's device connecting to the tower, providing coverage to within 100 meters between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. This is complete misrepresentation of data and acceptable analysis methodologies. The AT&T records provide detailed information on what is known as time on tower. This data reports, in seconds, how long a device was connected to a specific cell site / cell sector. Time on tower can be extremely helpful in an analysis of this nature, as it helps identify when a phone is loitering in one area opposed to traveling. It would be common to consider such data in an analysis of this nature. I can find no mention of time on tower in any of Special Agent Balance's work product. I will address each date and time below. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is like starting at the pool party. Okay. 7/9/22. 11:10 to 11:10. So just like that uno minuto. Okay. Mr. Kohberger is at a pool party on this evening and on this afternoon evening. AT&T records are consistent with Mr. Kohberger being at the pool party at the Grove Apartments at 209 Southview Avenue in Moscow, Idaho. Mr. Kohberger's mobile device activity is consistent with him leaving the pool party in Moscow and returning to Pullman. There is no evidence he drove by the crime scene. In fact, the time on tower is consistent with continuous, deliberate driving to travel from the pool party to his residence in Pullman. And then 7:16 to 7:17, 10:50 p.m. to 12:16 a.m. The time represented here is 1 hour and 26 minutes. Given the time on tower data is in seconds, I will convert this time to seconds, which is 5,160 seconds. Total time on the crime scene cell site/cell sector is 235 seconds, or just under 4 minutes. Between the time frame above, Mr. Kohberger's device utilized a connection to the crime scene cell site/cell sector for less than 5% of the time that Special Agent Balance reports here. The last connection to the crime scene cell site/cell sector is at 11:23 p.m., not 12:16 a.m. as reported here. There is no evidence in the AT&T records Mr. Kohberger was anywhere near the crime scene during this period. In fact, cell site connections to the north and east of Moscow during this time period suggests he was miles away. I really hope that the frickin' Goncalveses pay attention to this shit. Yeah, he could have been shopping. He could have been eating. He could have been simply just driving around. Could have just been simply driving around. When we move to new towns, I take the kids out at freaking 11 o'clock midnight sometimes to go run and get an ice cream cone or go run to the gas station and get trash can nachos or some crazy shit, just so we can drive around and get used to our area. Like, this is common. This is common information, like common behavior. But this is really interesting right here. I'm going to try to section this portion out because this shows all of the 23 times that he actually didn't do anything, you know? Like, it is really interesting that it can be so down to a science that they can be like, yeah, he's basically just around long enough to like drive through on his way to this place. Oh, an additional 45 seconds, stopped at a red light, no big deal. Like, it's wild. Absolutely wild. And it's also like wrong. 11:30 to 12:15 to do like a rounding up is a 45-minute difference. That is wild. Okay, next one. 7:21:22 between 10:08 and 10:30, so 24 minutes. Special Agent Balance is wrong on both of his times here. The first connection to the crime scene cell sector is at 10:06 p.m. for 8 seconds. The device does not connect to this cell sector again until 10:40 for 14 seconds. So again, he's literally just driving around. Just driving around. Not even in the neighborhood, just driving around in the area of the tower. Driving around. 10:06 p.m. to 10:40 represents a 44-minute duration or 2,040 seconds. The device utilized this particular cell sector for 22 seconds, roughly 1% of the time period given. So right here is 8 seconds. Yes, such a stalker. 14 seconds. This is crazy. The handoff data clearly shows the cell site/cell sector was only accessed as the device passed by the cell site when arriving in Moscow and when leaving, basically shopping off the highway. There is no evidence that device was ever in the area of the crime scene. In fact, the handoff clearly indicates the device was not in the area of the crime scene. I cannot believe all this. This is wild. 7:24:22 to 7:25:22 from 10:30 p.m. to 12:52 a.m. The time represented here is 2 hours and 18 minutes or 8,280 seconds. Special Agent Balance is again off on his times. The device is not first seen on the specific cell site cell sector until 10:45 p.m. So he's off by, what is that, another 7 minutes? 9 minutes, 9 minutes. It does not connect to the cell site cell sector periodically until 12:51 a.m. for a total connection time of 364 seconds or 6 minutes and 4 seconds. This is approximately 4% of the time represented by Special Agent Balance. So in all totality, between 10:35 and 12:52, 6 minutes and 4 seconds is the total time that he was connected to a tower that covers the majority of downtown Moscow and the entirety of the University of Idaho. Like, that's crazy. Of particular interest in the data set is that the phone travels south around 11:30 p.m. and is over 12 miles away from the crime scene during this time frame. Wow, that's pretty far. And to still be on the tower. The device is clearly not in Moscow, let alone the crime scene during this time. The connections that are seen and sandwiched between other handoffs that are not consistent with the device being near the crime scene. There is no evidence in the AT&T data this device was anywhere near the crime scene during this period. 7/28/22 from 12:12 a.m. to 12:12 a.m. So just 1 minute. Uno minuto again. The device does not connect to a specific cell site cell sector as reported. There is a powering event where the device is off the network from 9:42 to 12:11. The device is approximately 15 miles to the west of Moscow, past Pullman, when powered off. There is no evidence the device is anywhere near the crime scene, nor does it use the cell site / cell sector Special Agent Balance purports it does. I cannot believe all of the lying. I cannot believe all of the lying. This is crazy. 7:29 at 10:49 a.m. No, 7:29 through 7:30 from 10:49 a.m. to 12:24 a.m. So that goes like from in the morning to past midnight. Special Agent Balance again misreports times. The device first connects to the specific cell site / cell sector at 10:53 p.m., not 10:49. The last connection is seen at 1:05 a.m., not 12:24 a.m. This is a time period of 2 hours and 12 minutes or 7,920 seconds. Of this, the device is connected to the specific cell site / cell sector for 200 seconds, less than 3% of that time. So for the full 2 hours and 12 minutes that he was like in this area, it actually only connected to the cell site for 200 seconds. That's barely over 3 minutes? 3 minutes and 20 seconds? That's crazy. In mapping all of the connections during this time period, the handoff seen are consistent with the device moving throughout this time period. The device is north and east of Moscow several times during this period. There is no evidence the device was anywhere near the crime scene. 7/31/22, 9:58 p.m. to 11:54 p.m. Special Agent Balance again misreports times. The device is first seen on the specific cell site / cell sector at 11:03 p.m., not 9:58 p.m. It appears Special Agent Balance failed to analyze the sector data and counted a connection to the specific cell site, but different sector in his analysis. This error caused him to more than an hour. This error caused him to more than an hour off on a 2-hour time frame. To be more than an hour off on a 2-hour time frame. Which is a significant error. The last time the device connects to the specific cell site / cell sector is 12:12 a.m., not 11:54 p.m. The total time after correcting Special Agent Balance's error is 69 minutes or 4,140 seconds. The total time the device spent to the specific cell site / cell sector is only 465 seconds or roughly 11% of the time. I can't believe how much he lied. When analyzing handoff data during this time, the device is clearly moving about Moscow to include locations to the north and the east. There is no evidence in the records the device is anywhere near the crime scene. 8/2/22 to 8/3/22, from 10:48 p.m. to 12:47 a.m. I'm sure these times are off wrong, like all wrong. He says this over and over and over again about, misreporting the times. Special Agent Balance misreports times. The device is first seen on the specific cell site / cell sector at 10:51 p.m., not 10:48. The device last connects to the cell site / cell sector at 1:04 a.m., not 12:47 a.m. Why is he off so much? So much. The period of time between the first and last connection is 2 hours and 13 minutes, or 7,980 seconds. The total time spent to the specific cell site / cell sector is 930 seconds, or roughly 11% of the time. In analyzing the handoff patterns, the device is moving throughout the Moscow area during the time, and there is no evidence in the records of the device being at the crime scene. August 4th through August 5th, from 10:39 p.m. to 1:24 a.m. Special Agent Balance misreports times. The device is first seen on a specific cell site / cell sector at 10:41 p.m., not 10:39 p.m. The device is last seen on the specific cell site at 1:12 a.m., not 1:24 a.m. The total time after the corrections is 2 hours and 31 minutes, or 9,060 seconds. The total time the device spent on the specific cell site / cell sector was 1,971 seconds, or just under 33 minutes. This is about 22% of the time. Someone just joined. We'll see how long she sits there. I think she wants out. She's been sleeping in the top of the closet this whole time. In analyzing the handoff data in this time frame, there is a clear handoff hysteria occurring between the specific. Wait, did I skip something? Did I skip something? Let me read it again. Special Agent Ballas misreports times. The device is first seen on the specific cell site / cell sector at 10:41 p.m., not 10:39. The device is last seen on the specific cell site at 1:12, not 1:24. The total time after the corrections is 2 hours and 31 minutes, or 9,060 seconds. The total time the device spent on the specific cell site / cell sector was 1,971 seconds, or just under 33 minutes. This is about 22% of the time. What up? What up? In analyzing the handoff data in this time frame, there is a clear handoff hysteria occurring between specific cell site / cell sector and cell site 420523 and 504. This indicates the device is in an area where all three of these cell sites provide coverage, an area of overlap shared between the three cell sites. Based on the FBI drive test, my drive test, and Special Agent Balance's claims on slide 26 through 28, a device would not experience this handoff hysteria at or near the crime scene. So it's only doing that because it's overlapping coverage, and so the phone just kind of like going crazy everywhere, all sporadic. Special up here, 8/6/22, 12:52 a.m. to 2:32 a.m. Special Agent Balance misreports times. Broken record over here. The first time the device is seen on the specific cell site / cell sector is at 1:01 a.m., not 12:52 a.m. The last time the device connects to the specific cell site / cell sector is 2:27, not 2:32. The correct time span is 1 hour and 26 minutes, or 5,160 seconds. The total time spent on this specific cell site was 1,562 seconds. This represents roughly 30% of the time. In analyzing the handoff patterns seen here, similar to the previous time period, there is a handoff hysteria that indicates the device is moving and is not at or near the crime scene. So again, every single one of these times that they try to say that he was over there driving around the house, stalking all these people, Steve is so ridiculous to not pay attention to what is being said here and to all the actual errors that happened. He better actually read this. He really actually better read this shit. That's just so wild. 8/7/22 from 12:01 a.m. to 12:09 a.m. 8 minutes. Okay. Special Agent Balance misreports times. The device connects to the specific cell site, cell sector at 12:05 a.m. for 57 seconds. There are no other connections to this cell site or cell sector. The connection is most likely due to the device entering Moscow around this time, in which it passed directly under the cell site. There is no evidence in the records that indicates the device was at or near the crime scene. 8/14/22 to 8:15 from 11:48 p.m. to 12:27 a.m. Special Agent Balance misreports the time. The device first connects to the specific cell site, cell sector at 12:08, not 11:48 p.m. The last connection is seen at 12:31 a.m., not 12:27 a.m. In adjusting the corrected time, the device is in the area for 23 minutes or 1,380 seconds. The total time the device was connected to the specific cell site sector during this time is 402 seconds, accounting for roughly 30% of the time. There is a unique handoff pattern seen during this time period between the specific cell site sector and cell site 420504. Based on the FBI drive test data and my drive test data, this would not happen at or near the crime scene. There is no evidence in the records the device is at or near the crime scene. Then we go to 8/16/22, 7/24 to 10:49 p.m. Special Agent Balance misreports the times. While the device does arrive in Moscow around 7:24 p.m., it is obviously in the area of the Target shopping center. It remains there for quite some time and is not seen on the specific cell site, cell sector until 8:43 p.m. It is last seen on the specific cell site, cell sector at 10:46 p.m. The device is in Moscow for 3 hours and 22 minutes, or 12,120 seconds. The device connected to the specific cell site, cell sector for a total of 365 seconds, or roughly 3% of the time. The handoff patterns seen while the device is connected to the specific cell site, cell sector is not consistent with the device being at or near the crime scene. There is no evidence in the records the device is at the crime scene. 8/18 from 11:08 p.m., just 11:08 p.m., just by itself. Special Agent Balance misreports the times. The device first connects to the specific cell site, cell sector at 10:56 p.m. and not 11:08. The device makes a total of 4 connections to this cell site, cell sector, none of them being at 11:08, the last connection being seen at 11:17. After correcting the time frame, the connection covers a period of 21 minutes or 1,260 seconds. The device was connected to the specific cell site / cell sector for 133 seconds, or just over 10% of the time. The handoffs seen during this time are not consistent with the device being near or at the crime scene. There is no evidence in the records placing the device at or near the crime scene at this time. 8:20 to 8:21, 9:52 p.m. to 12:31 a.m. Special Agent Balance misreports the times. The device is first seen on the specific cell site, cell sector at 10:15 p.m., not 9:52 p.m. It is last seen on the specific cell site, cell sector at 12:25 a.m. and not 12:31 a.m. How do they literally just have every single time wrong? How do they just have every single one of these wrong? Like, this is wild. Every single one of these is wrong. The corrected time period is a period of 2 hours and 10 minutes, or 7,800 seconds. The device connected to the specific cell site, cell sector for a total of 1,351 seconds, or roughly 17% of the time. The device is moving during this time, spending part of that time northeast of Moscow. Handoff patterns are not consistent with the device being at or near the crime scene during this time period. There is no evidence in the records the device was near or at the crime scene. 8:21 to 8:22, 10:51 p.m. to 12:52 a.m. Is this the traffic stop day? Is August 21st the Latah County traffic stop in Pullman? Don't fall. I'm trying to move the chair. Don't fall. I think that it is. I think this is the traffic stop. Special Agent Balance misreports the times. The device is first seen on the specific cell site cell sector at 10:38 a.m. and not 10:51. The device is last seen on the specific cell site cell sector at 12:26 and not 12:52. The corrected time period is 2 hours and 14 minutes or 8,040 seconds. The device connected to the specific cell site cell sector for a total time of 469 seconds or roughly 6% of the time. There are handoffs indicating the device spent some time northeast of Moscow. The handoff patterns seen are not consistent with the device being at or near the crime scene. There is no evidence the device was at or near the crime scene during this time period. 9:20 from 12:43 a.m. to 12:55 a.m. Special Agent Balance misreports the times. The device is first seen on the specific cell site cell sector at 12:39 a.m. and not 12:43. The device last connects to the specific cell site cell sector at 12:52 and not 12:55. The corrected time period is 13 minutes or 780 seconds. The device spent a total of 169 seconds in the cell area, like connected to the tower, touching the tower, or roughly 22% of the time. There are consistent handoffs that indicate the device is not at or near the crime scene. There is no evidence in the records the device was at or near the crime scene during this time period. 10/1/22, 2:24 a.m. to 2:31 a.m. Special Agent Balance properly reported the first connection time on this time period, however, misreported the last connection time of 2:27, not 2:31. The corrected time period is 3 minutes and 180 seconds. The device was connected to the specific cell site cell sector for a total of 32 seconds. The travel for this time period, along with handoff data, does not allow for the device to stagnate at the crime scene. There is no evidence the device was at or near the crime scene during this period. 10/7/22 from 12:42 a.m., 12:42 a.m., same time. Special Agent Balance misreports the time. The device connects to the specific cell site cell sector at 12:37 a.m. and not 12:42. There is not enough information for this time to determine whether the device is located other than Moscow. There is no evidence the device is at or near the crime scene. 10/15/22, 9:36 p.m. to 10:36 p.m., so roughly an hour. Special Agent Balance misreports the time. The device is first seen on the specific cell site cell sector at 9:53 p.m., not 9:36 p.m. The device is last seen on the specific cell site cell sector at 10:42, not 10:36. The adjusted time is a total of 49 minutes or 2,940 seconds. The device was connected to the specific cell site cell sector for a total of 365 seconds or roughly 12% of the time. There are handoffs during this time period that is consistent with the device moving. There is no evidence in the records the device was at or near the crime scene. 11/3/22, 10:30 p.m. Special Agent Balance misreports the time. The device connects to the specific cell site cell sector at 9:58 p.m. for 5 seconds. There is a second connection at 10:16 for 28 seconds. There is no connection at 10:30 p.m. Given the short time period and the other handoffs occurring, there is no evidence the device was at or near the crime scene during this period. 11/4/22, 8:12 p.m., 10:49 p.m. Special Agent Balance misstates the time. The device did arrive in Moscow around 8:12 p.m. However, it is in the area of the Target shopping center until roughly 8:50 p.m. The device is first seen on the specific cell site cell sector at 8:59 p.m. for 2 seconds, then again at 8:59 p.m. for 3 seconds. Oh, my nose just got itchy. Right, like that's the first time he used misstates instead of misreports. It is like the first time he uses a different whatever, you know. The device does not report any connections to the network between 9:25 p.m. and 10:44 p.m. The device is not using the specific cell site identified by Special Agent Balance in this part of his report as the last cell site the device connected to or the first cell site it reconnects to. Based on other handoff information around this time, the device appears to be in the northeastern part of Moscow. So the northeastern section of Moscow seems to be the direction that they seem to keep going with this, like northeast of and northwestern part of Moscow. The device last connects to the specific cell site cell sector at 10:44 p.m. for 8 seconds. There is no evidence in the records the device was at or near the crime scene. 11/7/22, 9:55 p.m. to 10:03 p.m. Special Agent Balance misreports the times. The device first connects to the specific cell site cell sector at 9:45 p.m., not 9:55 p.m. The device last connects to the specific cell site cell sector at 10:01 p.m. There is somewhat defined data for this time period to locate to the phone to a general area of the University of Idaho campus or just east or south of. So on 11/7, a week before the crime, it shows that around 10 p.m., there is somewhat defined data for this time period to locate to the phone to the general area of the University of Idaho campus or just east or south of. Well, which one is it? The general area of U of I or just east or south of it. Okay. For further clarification, the majority of connections to the specific cell site / cell sector last for only 10 to 12 seconds or less. The longest connection time ever seen is on August 6, 2022, and lasts for 413 seconds or 6 minutes and 53 seconds at 1:59 a.m. The cell site / cell sector utilized just prior to this connection is 420523, azimuth of 100, which does not provide coverage at the crime scene. The first handoff seen after this connection is cell site cell sector 420504, azimuth 0, which does not provide coverage at the crime scene. This indicates the device was not in the area of the crime scene when this specific connection began or ended. The length of this connection was found to be extremely rare. Based on my analysis of the time period provided in this portion of Special Agent Balance's report, I can find no evidence of Mr. Kohberger's mobile device being, I don't know why it does that, being at or near the crime scene repeatedly or for any duration that is inconsistent with being in a pattern of driving. Moreover, Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records do clearly show a pattern of driving late at night, which is true. Even the neighbors said that he did all of his vacuuming and cleaning and stuff at night, and his parents said that it wasn't unusual for him to drive around at night either. Like he did that in Pennsylvania as well, like even way before he moved. In the second AT&T search warrant for Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records, there is a statement made to justify the extended period as a need to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the deceased in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, is in contact with any of the decedent's associates before or after the alleged offense. I would agree this is an indicated investigative analysis. However, more important is the documented results of such an analysis of data. Those results have not been produced with the state's experts. I performed that analysis as part of my work on this case. In my analysis of Mr. Kohberger's records, to include my review of Special Agent Balance's report, I can find no evidence of stalking behavior or surveillance at the King Road residence. Also of significance is the finding Mr. Kohberger's trips to Moscow had decreased by November. Why does it freaking do that? That's going to like severely piss me the frick off if it doesn't stop. Start over. Mr. Kohberger's trips to Moscow had decreased by November when compared to activity seen in July or August. This thing just hates me. It can just stay a lightning streak. I don't even care. It would be reasonable to assume if stalking behavior or surveillance was occurring, it would increase prior to the murders, not decrease. So he's saying that based on his reports, that leading up to 11/13, the amount of times that Kohberger was driving into the Moscow area to do anything at all, be it shopping, driving around, getting lunch, who knows who, what, hiking, who cares, whatever, slowed down dramatically before the event took place. And in his career, what he has noticed is that those kinds of trips would be amping up dramatically right before an event actually took place. So what's being portrayed here is the opposite of what would be happening if there was actually some sort of stalking situation or some sort of premeditation or planning or any of that other bullshit. It's not happening. The behavior is the literal opposite. The behavior here is the literal opposite. I'm trying to highlight this without it going stupid. I don't know why it does that. Okay. Section 6. Other geolocation data. Other geolocation data that was used in the course of this investigation. More specifically, I am referring to the Google Geofence fog/reveal mobile advertiser identification data, cell tower dumps, cell tower timing dumps, and timing reports. Several types of geofence data dumps and cell tower data dumps were used in the course of the investigation. Mr. Kohberger's device was not identified in any of these. Molly's was. But now you don't have her records because the FBI snatched them and won't let the freaking defense have them. That's crazy as shit. Crazy as shit. The argument can be made Mr. Kohberger's device is powered off at the time and therefore would not be detected by any network, a required component of these geofence and cell tower methodologies. While I do not disagree with this premise, I mention this because it does show the investigators were familiar with these methodologies. Despite that, there appears to be no attempt to utilize these methods to corroborate other evidence. For example, Special Agent Balance appears to take great time to create, being the key word, a history of times Mr. Kohberger may have been at the crime scene prior to the murders. And this, I don't give a shit, this bitch ass bullshit right here is why the Goncalveses act the way they do. This right here, this may have been, this general area bullshit is the reason why the Goncalveses are so hardcore into not listening. This. Steve, you better be paying attention, broski, because none of this is cute. He has exhausted the AT&T CDR records to show this. It is my opinion that Special Agent Balance is not able to say with any degree of certainty Mr. Kohberger's mobile device was ever in the area of the crime scene prior to the murders. There is no current data available to speak to that degree of location specificity. The point here is Mr. Kohberger's cell phone was powered on and reporting to the network during these time periods presented by Special Agent Balance. Special Agent Balance has tremendous resources at his disposal to seek out other geolocation data that would confirm his current unsupported theories. Some of this very detailed geolocation data is available to Special Agent Balance without a warrant and includes databases that go back well beyond the time frame of this investigation. Hitler needs to be derobed. Ma'am. Chill out, please. he needs to be derobed. Like, it's not even, this is not even cute. Not even a freaking little bit. How many other people have they screwed over like this? Just putting in some willy-nilly ass bullshit. And it being submitted at trial and there's no one there that's brave enough to be like, nah, I don't give a shit who you are, how long you've been doing this, what your classification is, what your security clearance is. You're full of shit. And I'm going to prove you're full of shit. How many people have just been thrown under the freaking prison on some false bullshit? Oh my God. Like, this is crazy. But they're going to make us look like the crazy ones, guys. They're going to make us look like we're crazy. Bring it on, bitches. In the event Special Agent Balance believed that Mr. Kohberger's device was at or near the crime scene at any one of his 23 time periods listed in his report, he has the ability to corroborate that theory with other geolocation data through Google and Fog Reveal mobile advertisers databases. But he didn't. Nothing can be confirmed because nothing's real. All the times are wrong, and it's literal seconds, minutes at the most, seconds usually, that he's even touching that shit. And it's such a broad area that it covers. The state literally had to mention it at the plea hearing. When the judge said to stand up and give us what your opening statement would be, he literally had to mention that it is such a vast coverage area with mostly college-related occupants. Stupid Xana. In working for and with law enforcement for nearly 30 years, I am well aware the investigative methodologies discussed here are not new nor novel. Any competent investigator tasked with an investigation of this magnitude would be expected to recognize these methodologies and use them to the best of their ability in the course of their investigation. Special Agent Balance is a competent investigator. I don't think so. Who is well versed in these methodologies and does have the ability to acquire such data. As such, it must be assumed Special Agent Balance did further his investigation in using these methodologies. Why would you assume that? See, this is where Cyray is going to make me slap him across the face through the damn computer screen. Because why would you say this? You just literally sat here and made me read 3 hours worth of you saying how he didn't do any of these things, just for you to write a sentence at the end of the section saying that you assumed he must have. What are we reading this for then? Why kiss ass in these little bitty sentences? Oh my God, he gets on my nerves. In the event they corroborated any of his claims in his final report, it is fair to assume he would have presented such findings. Given no findings are presented in his report, it must be assumed his efforts did not produce any evidence of Mr. Kohberger's device being at or near the crime scene. Well, it doesn't, but he also didn't verify any of the stuff like he was supposed to. So regardless, he did everything wrong all the way around. Given the amount of known exculpatory evidence, oh my God, you stupid lightning streak. I hate you so much. Stop it. Oh my God. I don't know why it does that. It only does that on Idaho documents. I don't know if it's something that they have in these, that they put in there. I will literally sometimes just be doing like one word and it'll squiggle like that. I don't know why the hell it does that. Given the amount of known exculpatory evidence that was intentionally omitted from Special Agent Balance's report, it is my opinion that these exculpatory findings would also be omitted. So basically, because he knows everything else exculpatory was on purposely not added, he's going to say, well, I'm going to assume because he's a competent investigator that he actually did all these things. But it must have not done anything. That's why it's not here. You're assuming he actually did his job while proving to us that he didn't do his job. Can we stop doing this ass-kissing shit? Like, seriously? Section 7, Search Warrant Affidavits. The flawed analysis associated with this investigation started immediately upon receiving Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records. There are concerns in reference to the timeline associated with the search warrant, the production of data by AT&T, and the initial analysis of that data. I have been involved in hundreds, if not thousands, of extingent cases where cell phone records are urgently needed and produced within minutes. I am not concerned with how fast AT&T produced records in this matter. I am concerned with back channels to AT&T that were used by the FBI early in this investigation that tainted normal protocols and chain of evidence. Yeah, remember what we found out is that the feds were filing all these, like, not really quite like search warrants, but like still something. Can you not do that? Don't do that. Still something that they submitted to be able to like get information. And then they took the information that they got from the companies with whatever they filed and then gave it to MPD to work off of for them to then file their own search warrant. Brett Payne told us about that because you got to remember the FBI were already there before all of this took place. They were already sharing a space in the Moscow Police Department building on the second floor when this took place. There's a reason why when Chief Fry is talking about how on that Monday, he's sitting there on the phone talking to somebody, and he literally is like, yeah, I'm really thinking about maybe bringing in the FBI. I'm probably going to give them a call. The story he tells is that the FBI agent was literally already standing right there in the hallway, basically just like walking around like a little psycho stalker, waiting to see when they were going to be asked to help, and heard the conversation that Fry was having on the phone and just like nonchalantly stepped up in the doorway and was like, heard you were going to give us a call or some shit like that, or heard you need some help. That's how that story went. Like there was an FBI agent on the scene before Chief Fry even got back into town, walking around being freaking nosy. That shit happened. They were already in town. Like, tell me that they don't know something. To instantly say, whoever we bring in for this, don't ask them any questions, because it's not going to make any sense to a normal human. So even though you're the state prosecutor, the county prosecutor, don't even bother asking any questions. And don't even bother talking to his family. We're going to do all of those interviews. So don't bother with it. Oh, and Molly, her phone records, we got you, bro. You don't need to even worry about it. The feds did this because they know what the hell happened here. I don't really see any other reason for every little thing to be wrong, and the FBI is the one who touched every little thing, if the FBI does not know exactly what actually happened here. This is a Fed cover-up. Like, I'm fully convinced at this point, this is an FBI deep-rooted cover-up. And as stupid as Moscow Police Department is, they're just plain freaking stupid. They're dumb as shit. And they just allowed the FBI to take everything over and just tell them what to do. This is an FBI cover-up. This is an FBI cover-up. I'm there. I'm there. This is an FBI cover-up on hella levels. Hella levels. It's wild as hell. Okay. Where was I? This is so crazy. I am concerned with how fast the produced data was analyzed and presented in follow-up search warrants. I am concerned with the lack of accountability within the affidavits as it relates to who specifically was analyzing the records and providing the detail that found their way into search warrants. This section will provide more context and detail to those concerns. I already know like a lot of those issues. No, I'm not. My kids aren't ready. So no, definitely not. I mean, I'm not regardless, but I'm just not. So fuck you, feds. I know that I've had an agent listening to me for probably like 15 years now. I'm not really too worried about how lame they are, but this is definitely an FBI cover-up if I've ever freaking seen one. And I wasn't sure. Like, I really have been like on the fence, like, okay, is the university, I think the university probably does have like a connection to the situation, because usually the university money runs really deep into the government. We all know how the political bullshit works. So I think that the university has some sort of deep root into this, but this is definitely just a straight up FBI cover-up. This is a straight up FBI cover-up. Like, for real. For real. Corporal Payne secured a search warrant to AT&T on December 23rd, 2022. The warrant was to AT&T to provide call detail records on Mr. Kohberger's AT&T phone from 11/12/22 through 11/14/22. It appears through email communications, Corporal Payne provided that search warrant to Special Agent Balance to serve to AT&T. Special Agent Balance then received the requested records from AT&T, ultimately providing them to Corporal Payne. Based on the findings of the initial analysis completed on those records, Corporal Payne obtained a second search warrant on the same day, December 23rd, 2022, for additional records covering a time period from June 23rd, 2022 through December 23rd, 2022. In identifying the affidavit supporting the second warrant, there are numerous issues identified. Reference to consulting with an FBI cast member, but not naming the individual, even in the PCA. It's in the PCA like that too. And I'm like, we know who it was. Why didn't he just name him? How ignorant is that? When consulting with another member of law enforcement as it pertains to subject matter expertise, it is commonplace to identify that individual to remove any doubt as to who is providing the subject matter expertise. That's why I didn't understand why they didn't put it in there. While we can assume he is referring to Special Agent Balance, it is unknown for sure. Page 14, first paragraph. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Kohberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., which we now know is wrong, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Kohberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stopped reporting to the network. We know that's not right now. The phone does not stop reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. The last cell site the phone connects to is the same cell site referenced here as utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington. By omitting the last 6 minutes of connections detailed in the AT&T report, Corporal Payne has modified the records, providing a false timeline. The device is last seen traveling southeast, which is incorrect. Page 14, first paragraph. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee, between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m. The phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back into Pullman, Washington. So this is going to be where he's like fully on debunking the PCA. There is no evidence in the AT&T CDRs the phone ever traveled south on Highway 95. In fact, there is no evidence the phone ever traveled on Highway 95 at all. There is reliable and accurate reporting in the historical precision location report of the exact route taken by the device. This information was specifically requested by investigators, however, left out of this probable cause statement. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. However, left out of this probable cause statement, the data clearly shows the device is not traveling on Highway 95 during the time frame provided in this affidavit. Page 14, first paragraph. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence. As previously noted, the coverage area of the cell site cell sector presented on slide 17 of the FBI CAST final report does cover the Kohberger residence. This detail is omitted from the report. Furthermore, information presented on slide 13 would give the appearance this cell site / cell sector does not cover the Kohberger residence. And we know that they undermapped. They completely undermapped. On page 15, illustration. On page 15, an illustration of a map is presented. There is a caption above the image that states, Below is a depiction of the possible route taken based off of cellular site locations. Mr. Kohberger's residence is represented by a red triangle. There is a blue line extending from Mr. Kohberger's residence to Highway 270 and then east on Highway 270 towards Moscow, where it ends at an X. There is no data in the AT&T records to support the device moved on or along the blue line. In fact, there is clear evidence of the contrary. The blue line is extremely prejudicial and unsupported by any known evidence. There is a yellow line starting in Moscow at or near the crime scene, and then traveling south on Highway 95, as indicated by arrows. There is no evidence Kohberger's mobile device was ever in Moscow. There is no evidence Mr. Kohberger's device traveled south on Highway 95 from Moscow. In fact, there is clear evidence the device was west of Highway 95 when it reconnected to the network and traveled west from that location. This illustration was created on a faulty analysis that produced an extremely prejudicial, inaccurate depiction of what the AT&T records revealed. It was created by omitting the majority of the geolocation data contained within the AT&T records during this time period. If all of the AT&T data available during this time period was mapped, it would be obvious this map was created in error. This early error, intentional or not, was recycled in nearly every probable cause statement presented with a search warrant in this investigation, including the arrest warrants. As a law enforcement officer who has written hundreds of search warrants, I have made honest errors in probable cause statements. It is critical to identify those errors and correct them. They never correct anything. They've never corrected anything. In this case, there has been no attempt to correct this. It is my opinion Special Agent Balance has doubled down on this error and attempted to justify in his FBI cast final report. It should be noted, I provided testimony prior to Special Agent Balance completing his reports. So the hearing where he spoke, where Cyree spoke, was in between the draft and the final. In that testimony, I was very clear about the missing data from his report and the need to consider all of the cell site connections provided by AT&T. Despite this, Special Agent Balance chose to continue to omit critical data from his report and removed 90 freaking slides. That's crazy. Unfortunately, it has impacted the credibility of the overall investigation, as is seen here with severely flawed probable cause statements. This isn't the only thing, though. That's the thing. There has been no credibility in this investigation from the very beginning. All that's been going on now is we've been being proven right. That's all that's been happening, is that we have been proven right in everything that we've already thought was happening here. Section 8, missing data. In reviewing any analysis of geolocation data, there is a need to identify missing data that could have a significant impact to the analysis if it were available. This analysis is no different. As part of my normal process, I looked for any missing data that may help the analysis. Albeit a normal part of my analysis, my findings as it related to missing data is shocking. As explained in the methodology section of this report, a common data source used in geolocation analysis is timing reports from the cell phone carriers. Prior to November 2022, all of the major cell phone carriers were providing time reports. The process of obtaining these reports and the retention periods of the reports would vary from carrier to carrier. Some carriers, like AT&T, would also limit what agencies could obtain these reports. In December of 2022, the FBI cast members did have access to AT&T timing reports. The retention period for these reports from AT&T ranged from 60 to 90 days. And they tried to say that it was only 7, and that's why they couldn't get the actual timing advance records from AT&T for Kohberger. But no, because they had him in under 60 days. Therefore, when they had his name on December 19th, they should have been able to pull those records. They should have been able to pull these records. I have prior history working with these reports and have seen timing reports from AT&T with 45 days of history prior to November of 2022. Now, there's also a video that I still have on my channel. It was from way back. And he actually came out and said in one of his previous things that he was actually asked by the FBI like years ago before the case happened in 2022 to look at AT&T advanced timing records. So he already was telling us like way back a long time ago that this shit does exist. It was with the company that they're claiming that it was with. There shouldn't be any issues. He actually knows the guy that works for the company. Like there was a whole thing with that situation too. Mrs. Ma'am, what are you doing? 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 Okay. In this case, investigators requested and reviewed numerous phones for various reasons. Phone records, to include timing reports, were obtained on all four of the decedents, except for what you just said earlier about not having Ethan's. Phone records, to include timing reports, were obtained on other roommates, Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen. But you just said earlier in the beginning that you didn't have Bethany's. Well, you have the phone records. Well, no, he didn't. He said he didn't have her shit. He literally said in the very beginning of this that he didn't have Ethan's, that he didn't have Bethany's, that Molly's went to the FBI, and they didn't have Jack Ducour's. And now he's sort of like rephrasing all of this stuff. I guess so. Phone records for 2 investigative leads developed early in the case were obtained, to include timing records for Jack Showalter and Jack Ducour. I'm really confused. What page is this? 50? He literally told us over here. I was unable to find a complete set of records for Ethan Chapin in the discovery provided to date. I was able to find some different reports that indicate the CDRs for the device were obtained, and at least in part, some analysis was done in regards to common calls. I was also able to find some of the RTT timing data for this device as well. Okay, so he was not, God, you stupid piece of shit, would you just stop doing that? My God. So he was unable to find a complete set of records. This thing hates me. A complete set of records, but found certain pieces as he was searching for Ethan. But there's no case number. See how there's no case number? Okay. So then when it comes to Bethany's, he said, similar to Chapin's, I was unable to find a complete set of call detail records for this device, but was able to confirm the existence of timing reports. So I guess he had to go a different route to get it. So the only thing that I guess is significant when it comes to what he said up here is the fact that the defense didn't have any of this and he had to go searching for it. I think that's what he means here. And this is where he says that Molly's information was all preserved and done by the FBI and that it doesn't look like they have it at all. I was able to confirm that timing related data was requested from a court order, but it belongs to the feds. And this one was right here. Similar to Chapin and Funk's, was unable to find original Verizon CDRs for this device, but he was able to locate, but see, this is the thing, okay? I was able to locate timing reports, and then what does he say next? This device location data was not included in my analysis. Not included. Let's see what it says up here. I know they didn't get this stuff because it was from the feds. So this one, it says that he was able to confirm the existence of the reports. And he said down here that he was able to locate the reports, But locating the reports here, he still didn't use it. Yeah, I know it's CDR versus timing, but he is saying right here, unable to find a complete set of call detail records and was able to confirm existence of timing reports for Bethany. Okay. When it comes to Jack, he says the same issue, was unable to find a complete set of call detail records, but he was able to locate the timing reports, but he didn't use them. So then when it comes up here to Ethan's, unable to find a complete set of records for Ethan Chapin in the discovery that was provided to him. He was able to find some different reports that indicate the call detail records for the device were obtained, and at least in part, some analysis was done in regards. Ethan's phone was not used in his analysis. So Ethan and Jack Ducour's phones, for sure, are not being used to map anything. I was able to find some, see, that's, again, just like with Jack Ducour's, he's saying he's finding some data, but he's not using it. He didn't even put their phone information in here. I wonder why finding timing data and he didn't use the timing data. So did he use Bethany's timing data? Because he didn't put the last sentence that he normally does here. Yeah, that's what I'm confused about, though, because he said for Ethan and Jax that even though he found it, he didn't use it. And right here, is this just, okay, so this is phone records. Okay, so phone records, including timing reports, were obtained on all four. See, okay, no. He's saying they were obtained on all four. And he might be able to say that he found pieces of the timing records, but he didn't use it in his analysis. I just don't really quite understand that. Okay. Phone records to include timing reports were obtained on all four of the decedents. Technically, that's not really true because not all of it was used in the analysis. Phone records to include timing reports were obtained on the other roommates, Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen. And he just didn't clarify if he used Bethany's or not when he talked about that. Phone records for two investigative leads developed early in the case were obtained to include timing records for Jack Showalter and Jack Ducour, which he said that he did find, but he did not use Jack's. One of the devices identified to be in the immediate area of the crime scene just before the crime belonged to Molly McMichaels. Investigators obtained her phone records to include timing data. Essentially, investigators requested and received timing data for all the cell phone records they requested with geolocation. There is one exception to this. Investigators requested, but allegedly did not receive timing data on Mr. Kohberger. It was explicitly requested in two different search warrants, but allegedly was not provided by AT&T. The accuracy and completeness of AT&T timing reports around this time, November, December 2022, make them incredibly powerful investigative tools. Special Agent Balance is well aware of this and has made requesting and using them a standard operating procedure, as he demonstrated in this case. It is inconceivable to this investigator, Special Agent Balance would not use Mr. Kohberger's AT&T timing reports, unless he knew it wouldn't put him where they wanted him. So, of course, why not pretend like you just can't get them? In the event there is not any doubt. Cyree, would you please have someone edit your shit before you present it to the court, please? I'm freaking begging you. I am freaking begging you. In the event there is any doubt to Special Agent Balance's claim in his report, the timing report would be the best way to show accuracy. Conversely, if Special Agent Balance's report is full of errors, the timing report would immediately highlight those errors. It is because of these reasons I do believe Mr. Kohberger's timing report was obtained in this investigation in the same manner as the other 9 timing reports were. I do believe the timing report was in stark contrast to Special Agent Balance's report. That's what I just said. But more importantly, the false timeline of events purported in search warrant affidavits. That's what I just said. It's the same thing about the camera footage. If they really wanted to, they could go in, ixnay the fog light car, say, my bad, bro. It's the wrong car. We didn't even honestly realize there was fog lights in that car. We're going to go back and we're going to look for the footage of the right car. They could have gone in and found it. And I think that they did. Or they knew before they put the bullshit into the courtroom that they actually do have Kohberger's car on the footage, but it's going in a direction that doesn't work for them. That's why they never produced it or corrected the problem. Same thing here. There's no way they didn't get Kohberger's timing advance records, but considering the fact that every single timestamp -1 is wrong in the way that Cy-Ray has placed this, of course they're not going to use it. It's not going to work in their favor. They're going to literally omit it. This is so much Brady Giglio violations. This is so much corruption. This is so much just straight up, all these hoes belong in prison. Like, this is insanity. What is happening right in front of our faces. And again, it's not just, oh, everything else is okay, but oh, there's a problem with the cell analysis. Every single aspect of this case is effed. Every one of them. Every one of them. I do believe the timing report was in stark contrast to Special Agent Balance's report, but more importantly, the false timeline. I hate this fucking thing. Goddamn. This is so stupid. I can't even highlight without getting aggravated. Okay, let's start right here. I do believe Mr. Kohberger's timing report was obtained in this investigation in the same manner as the other 9 timing reports were. This thing is going to piss me off all the way. I do believe the timing report was in stark contrast to Special Agent Balance's report, but more importantly, the false timeline of events purported in search warrant affidavits. I cannot believe they're getting away with this. At least so far. This is crazy. For these reasons, Mr. Kohberger's timing report was concealed. The exculpatory nature of this report cannot be overlooked. Summary. All right, we're almost done. In completing my analysis, I found the following. The cell phone geolocation reports provided by the state in this investigation are intentionally misleading, plagued with omitted exculpatory evidence, and cannot be relied on to the slightest degree. The absence of work product can only be attributed to one of 2 things: an overwhelmingly incompetent analysis or intentional concealment to hide exculpatory evidence. Mr. Kohberger's AT&T records provide significant detail as it relates to his geolocation pattern of life. The state's investigation is completely void of these patterns. I can find no reference to Mr. Kohberger's pattern of life in any report, despite demanding 6 months of AT&T records to establish such a pattern. The reason for this is clear to the investigator, as that pattern of life is tremendously exculpatory for Mr. Kohberger, meaning going out and driving around, hell, maybe even turning his phone off sometimes to just be out in nature, probably pretty normal for him from how we're understanding what we've heard from a lot of people that knew him. He routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning. B, he is constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time. So not just 2 times they're trying to make a big deal about, he actually turns off his phone a lot, apparently. Still would like the damn event log. This daily geolocation patterns His daily geolocation patterns are chaotic. Random travel patterns are normal. Investigators relied heavily on inaccurate analysis to establish probable cause in nearly every search warrant affidavit issued to secure evidence against Mr. Kohberger and to arrest him. These inaccuracies are to such an extent, any geolocation subject matter expert would immediately recognize them. These inaccuracies are so extreme, they are beyond accidental oversight. It is my opinion investigators in this investigation intentionally... This thing is so crackhead. Like, why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep doing that? Now I lost my train of thought. Because also, when I go to reverse the stupid lightning strike, it like pops my damn screen all over the place. It's done this forever and only ever does this on Idaho documents. Other cases, other stuff I write myself, things I find, it doesn't do that. Just these. Just these. Okay. These inaccuracies are to such an extent, any geolocation subject matter expert would immediately recognize them. These inaccuracies are so extreme, they are beyond accidental oversight. It is my opinion investigators in this investigation intentionally omitted critical findings, repeatedly and intentionally misled the court, and concealed exculpatory evidence. Let me see if I can highlight this without freaking out. Stupid ass thing. Okay. As a subject matter expert in this field, who has testified in over 100 times as a state witness on behalf of the prosecution, I have never seen such a deviation from established standards and best practices by a subject matter expert as what I have seen by Special Agent Balance's final cast report. This report was peer-reviewed by Special Agent whatever his name is. The idea that both qualified and competent subject matter experts missed these errors is inconceivable. There is substantial justification to believe the errors noted in this report are intentional and a complete manipulation of data to support false statements needed to establish probable cause to obtain search warrants against Mr. Kohberger. It is justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by investigators. This would include Mr. Kohberger's AT&T timing data and other geolocation data that would be sought as a standard operating procedure, yet somehow was overlooked in this investigation. The absence of this data in an investigation of this nature, with the resources available to investigators, is beyond unusual. It is simply inconceivable. And that's it. That is the full freaking report. What I'll probably end up doing is separating it out in sections because each little section has so much information, so freaking much information. And so I definitely want to split them apart. How many sections was there? 7, 8 sections, something like that. This is a crazy document, bro. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So as of January 2025, when this report was filed, all of this information was missing. And the very next hearing where Judge Hippler has Cyree literally sitting there in a Zoom meeting on mute, Hippler starts calling him all kinds of crazy shit and doesn't let Cyree speak for himself. And that was the last time we ever heard from him again until after everything went down. This is crazy. I cannot believe all of the errors just in this one freaking report. And that's with all the errors that we ourselves have found. With Moscow, with Latah County, with ISP, with the police side of ISP, with the forensic lab side of ISP, with the judge, with the courts, with almost everything. This is crazy. This is so crazy. Like actually crazy. Hey there, Miss Mojo. How you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Unbelievable. Calling them errors is an error. No shit. Mm-mm. Oh, man. That's just insane. Wild. Wild. See, this is why I think I need to have like multiple channels for things. Because like we do our deep dive analysis in here, but then I also need to clip stuff out for people that want it like short, sweet, smaller sections. But if I post the clip stuff in between me doing the live stuff, YouTube doesn't push out notifications. You can only do 3 in a 24-hour period. You basically get penalized and suppressed for being more active, you know? So like, I know I want to do like an archive channel where it's literally just everything, no commentary, but facts. Like when we're reading one of the documents, I'll pop up the truth, or the truth will be on there, but it won't be like opinion based. It'll just be contrary to what this statement says, report number, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But I also feel like we need a clip section channel. That way notifications can go out and I don't have to like feel like I'm always so far behind. That's another reason why I'm like far behind here. Because I can't like I can't get stuff out the way that I want to get stuff out because I know what YouTube is doing. So I'm thinking about trying to like separate stuff out because it'll make it easier on me, I think, if it's not all constricted into like, I only have this one place I can really post all of this stuff. I think it'll be better that way. Because like I said, a lot of people, they can't just like sit in here for 5 hours. Which is another reason why I'm going to do like a pinpoint situation. But I also like really need to be able to, like all 8 sections here need to be clipped out separately and put out by themselves. Like I even will go in and like delete my commentary stuff. It just needs to be all of this needs to be seen by people. And I've got to figure out a way, and not just me, there's other people that are talking about this report too, I'm sure. But for me, this is so important. This information in this is so important. Having it just be read in this one live is not going to work. And that goes for all of these reports. And again, the only thing that I really keep thinking is this is what they're doing in front of our freaking faces. And they've been playing in our faces like this now for almost 4 years. This is just this one case. What in the actual shit are they doing when we're not looking in places where we can't see? Everything balance is touched needs to be reopened and re-looked at, and somebody else coming in and do the work. And do a comparison report the way that Cy did and see how many other reports does he have times off for. Does he have the wrong handoff amounts? Does he have under maps? Does he have coverage that's supposed to be there that's missing? Does he have coverage in places where it doesn't freaking exist? How many things is he making up and lying about? Because that's what he's doing here. Cy is like, how the hell did he even get this? You can't drive over there. You have to physically drive this machine around. Dude's making up shit and undermapping things. Make this what? What? And the peer reviewer didn't notice? Something had to have been discussed, though, because they removed 90 slides. 90. Oh, what are you doing? Please don't step on no keys. You're going to make the computer go crazy. Just step over them. Boop. Over the keys. Over the keys. Over the keys. Go. Over the keys. There you go. Or she's just going to sit right there. Stretch on the wall. Scratch her face. All the things. Where are you going, ma'am? She's just going to... Okay. Well, it's time to go anyway. Oh, my God. I know. That's why I'm like... Because when we first heard about balance, she's just going to be there for a second. We're about to get off of here. What are you doing? When we first heard about balance, everyone was like, oh my God, he testified for the Lori Valley. Look at her crazy face. She's looking at the camera. doing? She just don't even care. He's so funny. I'm gonna have to post some of the pictures that Slade takes of her because she's on his desk all day and she just like lays there while he plays his video games on his keyboard and she just makes all kind of faces and just gets all crazy. She's crazy. She's cray. Get off the microphone. You're okay though. You're okay. She's oblivious. She doesn't give two shits. Okay. Yeah, everyone was like, damn, he really is like a good investigator. We listened to him for the Lori Vallow case and we listened to his testifying in, like his testimony. And I at one point was like, well, maybe we need to pull some of his testimony and listen to it because you guys are really talking like highly of this guy. So, maybe we're going to be able to get some actual work from this. I mean, look how many cases that Colorado DNA person messed up. How many cases is that? I know we've like mentioned that in passing over the past year and a half, 2 years ago since it happened, but I don't think we've actually sat down and like done a full-on video about the Colorado DNA chick, which we probably should, and also probably talk about the over 1,000 holy shiitakes. Yvonne Missy Woods, a former Colorado Bureau of Investigation DNA analyst, pleaded guilty to 4 felony charges for manipulating and omitting DNA data affecting over 1,000 criminal cases. What I don't understand is if you're affecting over 1,000 cases, why you're only getting 4 felonies. I think you need one for every case that you screwed up, ma'am. She retired in 2023, and then everything else, like the internal investigation started after she was retired. And I know that John Benet Ramsey's dad has been coming out and talking because I guess maybe it's in that area. I don't know if it's affected or not. I don't know, but we probably should do like a video on that because that's some crazy shit. That's some crazy stuff. She's just going to do what she wants. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and get off of here. Holy shit. Again, long as hell, but long document, lots of long information. Like I said, I'm going to get the whole clip out thing because when I want to go live, I don't need my notification for the lives not to be pushed out. And YouTube is just an asshole. Like, unless you're a mainstream media, because you see they can post 50 times a day and they don't have a problem. But if you're not, that's just not how it works. So I'm going to work on that stuff tomorrow. Yeah, for like a super long time. Super long time. But I just don't know, like, if that lady did anything to mess up the John Benet DNA at all. I haven't looked into that. I just know he's been talking about it a lot. I just heard he's talking about it a lot. You're so ridiculous. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. Oh, hey, Sarah. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here and figure all the rest of this stuff out later. Tomorrow morning, I'll post the Bethany's phone activity separately because we went over it in the live last night and it's just short. There's not really too much in it. The gaps that we already were told about. I think really the most interesting part is whatever I think it's her mom sends her just long. I don't know what the hell it is. It's hard to even be able to tell what in the world it is. But we're also going to go live tomorrow. I have it set to be around 3:15. It might be earlier. It might be around the 1 o'clock-ish hour or so. We'll figure it out. But that will be the information I got today. Well, yesterday, because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here now. But the information I got from Blaker going down to Othram that I got from MPD today. And then for Friday night, I'm going to do stuff for the kids at night. Hey, girl, get off my camera. Oh my gosh, you're going to knock everything down. Get off my camera. What are you doing? She just don't care. Now, look, she messed it all up. Look, my angle's all jacked up. Now I'm just a little head. I'm just a little potato head. I'm going to fix it. Okay, yeah. That'll be posted in the morning. We'll go live about Blaker's information at some point. It won't be very long. There's not a lot there. But then I'll do stuff with the boys. I have plans to do stuff with the boys during the day. And then, of course, Friday night we do video games and movies and we eat real late. So we're going to go live tomorrow. And we're going to do the Crime Con panel of the Goncalveses that they just did a few weeks ago. Because I have that ready to go. And I want to watch that. So we'll probably go live around 7 something maybe so that I can get off earlier than normal on that Friday. But yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. That's the plan for tomorrow. All right, you guys have a good night. Thank you again for coming in here. And thank you again for the gifted memberships and for those of you that were just in here hanging out and watching, and for the super stickers and the super chats. I appreciate you guys so much. And again, thank you for the gifted memberships, for sharing the love in the community. That's very, very super nice of you guys. I'm going to go ahead and get off of here and try to get some sleep. You guys need to get some sleep too. I'll see you guys tomorrow. See y'all. If you like the way that I present this information and give my opinion, please don't forget to leave a like on the way out. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed already. And please don't forget to make sure that the notification bell is set to all so you don't miss any of my rants, reviews, reactions, updates, or deep dives.